Sounds good.
Let's go ahead and go here for right now.
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's WTG here. How is everyone doing today? Oh, I got my coffee. It's gonna be a long night. Yes, I usually have G Fuel, which is not sponsored. I wish I was sponsored by G Fuel. That'd be awesome.
It's one of those where if I was sponsored by my energy drink of choice, it would be so dangerous for me. So dangerous.
Well,
I'd
I mean,
just be go running around and just like Beavis from Beavis and Butthead, just
Jonah, what's going on? It says hello. Hello. Good sir.
holy smokes. So we've got a lot of stuff to cover here tonight, don't we there, Will?
Got a lot of mods. I mean, we had some pretty good ones. There was some pretty sad ones. There was some 3 meters.
Oh. You just get that one lonely tear just rolling down your face when you see the 3M just come shooting up across the screen. It's like, oh,
What the sad part is that it's by JMZ, but I can't complain because his mods are so highly detailed. It's ridiculous. Oh, speaking of that, I think this week was JMZ's week for mods.
did anybody have JMZ releasing mods on your bingo card today? Because if you did,
Bingo.
bingo, Yahtzee, 7-Eleven, the whole nine yards, every game phrase, catchphrase that you have, go ahead and throw it in there because yes, that is what JMZ. Wow, the amount of mods that got released from JMZ. You're gonna see a running theme here tonight.
All right, I had to switch that over. All right, Jonah says, "Where are the cows?" Jonah, first of all, I'm on PC. The only way I'm gonna get that many cows is if I actually go in the XMLs and edit the cow barns. And second of all, on top of that too, I just want to let you know, Sundays is typically my only day I actually stream because of how busy I am. So plus with my wife working almost 55 hours a week, and me we're usually working the night shift. It doesn't really give me that many options to stream. So, but stay tuned though. That's all I can say because I will be having another stream. So I'll be having 2 streams a week. But pay attention to one of them. I already told BDD.
Oh yes, yes. Be on the lookout. But I will say this. I will say, when it comes to PC players, which you are one of them, you do get a lot of options to kind of automate those things. That I mean, those 5 million cows are you can get them all kind of dealing with themselves at the end of the day. So I don't know if what you said there was really good enough excuses.
I mean, yes, PC does have that mod that you can get 64 animal pens, which I did that over on 22. That was probably the worst mistake I ever could have done. Because I placed down 64 animal pens, you know what happened?
Crash.
My game crashed. Instantly.
That would do it.
When do we get the face reveal? I already stated this. 500 subs. Second I get to 500 subs. Face reveal. Hey, Jonah, I have an idea. You start working on getting me 500 subs. I'll start working on those cows. Deal?
I mean, you know what? I'll refrain from saying what I was going to say. I'll tell you after stream.
Oh boy.
So you ready to rock and roll on this? We've got a long night ahead of us.
Oh yeah. All right. So as per usual, we start with the mods. Let's see here. What did Jonah say now? What's your favorite sub restaurant? And I'll do it.
Sub restaurant?
What does a sub restaurant have to do with getting me 500? Oh, you. Jonah, you know what?
Jonah, that bazinga.
That was a bazinga, right?
Oh, that was good. That was good, Jonah.
That was a good one. Okay, 500 subscribers. There you go. There you go. So the very first one
I would just be rolling if all of a sudden one day you come home and there's literally a pile of subs just strewn across your home.
Jonah, if you send me 500 subs, I'm sending half of them to BDD.
Oh, by the time they get here, they're not gonna be good.
I'll ship them first class.
Overnight shipping.
Yeah. A cooler.
Freeze dried.
Yeah, right.
With a cooler. Or dry iced.
Yeah.
That's what, not freeze dried.
You just pull it out. Oh, it's still good. Look at that.
It's just a little airborne. It's still good. It's still good.
It just hit a couple bumps. Why does this sub look like it's all messed up? Well, I mean, turbulence, I guess. I don't know. Oh, all right. All right, so for starting out, we got the JCB Fast Track 8000 icon by Rawson Mods. This is 28.98 megabytes to download. This, I was actually waiting for this. This is my favorite JCB tractor, actually.
So this mod here, so before I get rolling on how I feel about these mods and whatnot, I'm going to go ahead and lay out that I'm looking at this from the perspective of the console player. You know, so it's one of those, I have very specific criteria that I look for when it comes to, you know, any mod, regardless what it is. So what I'm going to say from here on out has nothing to do with a reflection of what I think of the mods per se, outside of, you know, being constructive criticism for a console player only. So this one here, 28.98 megabytes to download. It's a little rich for my blood. When it comes to a tractor, I try to get it under 25 megs. It's hard, but one of those that you know, it's got to be a brand or a kind of tractor that I'm really excited about, or be packed with a bunch of features I wasn't expecting. Now, this being a JCB, I'm not a huge like brand loyalist when it comes to JCB, so that one kind of, you know, makes me think more towards the megabyte size. $289,000 to purchase. Now, the one thing I do like about the tractor itself is that it has that high operational speed. So when you're driving down the road, you go pretty quick with this. So all in all, it's not my cup of tea. I personally wouldn't install it onto my games file.
Real quick, STR8 Ham 21. How you? Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it.
Straight ham.
Jonah, was that you? Are you just making up like YouTube channels that have neat names like subs?
Oh, you know what? I honestly would not doubt for a second that he would do something like that.
As soon as I read ham, I'm like, oh, that, I mean, if straight ham 21, I apologize. If you are an actual subscriber, I appreciate it, but the Jonah's last comment though makes me very suspicious now. So
No, the next subscriber you get will be incredible Italian. The next one after that would be Blazing Buffalo.
roast beast. Oh, Jonah said no, that was not him. Well, I appreciate you
No, so
subscribing.
that one I knew wasn't an actual a it's a bot wouldn't be the right word, but I knew that was a real person because he's subscribed over to my channel as well.
Oh, oh, Jonah says it wasn't me. Well, straight ham
Oh my
21.
goodness.
I really appreciate you subscribing. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Yes. Jonas says I'm going to Florida in April.
Oh, nice.
Land in the sea. What?
Hey now.
No, no. So that's a running joke. Well, my family because my brother David has always said that that every time he flies down to Florida, he wants to go like over the sea and then skydive into the sea.
Jeez.
I'm like, no, thank you. And I'm taking the train. Nice.
Oh, beauty.
Taking a train. Dude, I love the train. I'm not gonna lie. I love taking a train. I mean, yeah, it takes twice as long, but I don't know. It's a lot more fun. All right. Next one's gonna be the Volvo FH16 tanker. This is by Gens M. This is gonna be 20.50 megabytes to download. Now, I'm not gonna read the price tag because there's different customizations.
So this one here, I've never been so hard up for a tanker that I wanted to be self-propelled. So just that one by itself would mean that I personally would install this one because it's not functional enough for me. I want to like if I'm gonna have a semi truck, I want to be able to hook up to whatever kind of semi stuff that is available. I don't want it to be dedicated to just some kind of liquids. And it's kind of the same thought process as like if it had a dedicated tipper trailer. I want to be able to have an actual attachment to it and go from there. I don't want it to just be a dedicated tipper kind of thing. So this is one I would pass on.
Oh, yeah, there's only one reason I passed on it. Just one reason. I'm not a big fan of like the flat nose semis. I prefer like the kind of like the Mac, Superliner. So.
Well, you typically see this style of truck over like overseas. Like this is a pretty uncommon one to see here in the States.
Yeah. Oh, real quick. Hey, Jonah, you said you're going, in April, right? Yeah, you're going in April. Darn. Yo, the next time I go down to Florida, I should totally figure out where you live. just go meet you over there somewhere. And then we both got on the floor to be like, yeah, we're here. Let's see. Next one is going to be the International CV series by DC Builder. I was excited when this came out. This is 17.90 megabytes to download. Now, I do want to say this is better than the base game one.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one kind of breaks the mold for me. Um, it's not that high of megabyte to install. It's 17.9, which isn't too terribly terrible. But this one kind of breaks that mold because of the multifunctions. So you can see here in the kind of sliding screenshots, you've got just a basic bed with a fuel catch. You've got the trailer. You got let's see, what are some other ones? It comes with straps. It comes with a fifth wheel attachment, so you can use it as almost like a semi-rig. So yeah, I mean, this one here, I would absolutely install on mine. For less than 18 megabytes, that's not too terrible, and it gives you just a bit more options than base.
Oh, Jonas said I installed that one today. Yeah.
Nice.
I just realized something though. That so like on the flatbed and then also like on the gooseneck bed, you can actually attach the gas tank. It's not just on the fifth wheel bed, which is nice.
Oh, nice.
And I realized something. I gotta go around. Wow. Was it I'm telling you, it's been one of those days today. I've been forgetting every little thing.
Oh no.
Riverbend. What, is it Riverbend? The base game map is Riverbend. Right?
Yeah, Riverbend.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Riverbend Springs.
My brain. It's because I turned 30 the other day. I just realized this screenshot. They have a mailbox with a horse with a saddle on it. That's kind of neat. All right.
Yeah, I think that's the farm there, right in the middle of it. Yeah, right by the horse farm.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely highly recommend anybody who's looking for a new truck to install that.
For sure.
Oh, that does have passenger support because it's base game now, so you can have 4 people, which is awesome.
Nice.
Next one is going to be the Skoda Kodiak. This is by T3 Mach Modding and Xerox. I think that's how you pronounce it. I want to completely apologize if I butchered that name. It is 14.34 megabytes to download.
So, again, looking at it from a console player's perspective, I almost never install a car or a truck that is one-dimensional. Now, the only thing that would kind of take this out of that one-dimensionality is the paint schemes. The little like Polizia and what looks to be like a construction vehicle and things like that coming across the screen. But outside of that, it really doesn't say that it's anything other than just a vehicle. So yeah, this might be good for like role playing and stuff like that, but not one that I would go rushing out to install just because of a very finite use.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Jonas says, Wilty, if you want to go down to Florida, you should take the Amtrak Auto Train because you could take your car with you.
Oh wow!
See, I don't need to take my car with me because all I gotta do is just go down to Fort Lauderdale because my uncle has like 5 cars down there, so I can just borrow one.
Oh, nice.
Whiskey says, "Hi there, Jonah," with a tractor. Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Kloss Roland 66/260 by EED123. It's 13.83 megabytes to download. Now, I do like this if you're starting out. This is...
Yeah, this one's brilliant. This one's brilliant because number one, less than 14 megabytes to install, so it's not a big file size. It costs starting $12,000,
Mm-hmm.
12 grand starting. That's cheap. You look at the cheapest round baler we have base game. Looking. There we go. Cheapest one is the Gavile, the G1 F125. That one starts at $60,500. So you're talking a nearly 46,000 or 30. No, math is not mathing. Is that $48,000 difference, roughly? I mean, that's really big price cut, and it does the same exact thing. It creates the same exact bale size, the whole 9 yards. And the Kloss here only requires 70 horsepower. The Gavile requires 120, so almost half of the horsepower requirement as well. So you can use a much smaller tractor and spend, one what is that, 1/4 of the starting price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
download this one all day, every day.
Now I do like it because you can get like the normal gloss colors, but you also have the 260 Roland, which makes the that like that lime green, or the or what who was it it'll come back to me. FS Club.
You really did hit 30, didn't you?
Yes, I did. That's FS Club calls it the I don't know if I want to say, but puke green, I guess, color. That's what he calls it. But you can get was that like dark gray, black color instead? I think that looks awesome though.
That is nice. Yeah, definitely like that. Real quick before we move on, let's see. Ken says, "Hey, Crimea River." Jonah says, "Cows." Those are cows? They look like dogs. You know what? I'll take your word for it, Jonah. Ken says, "Are subs nuclear or diesel fuel?"
Oh, yes.
I guess it depends on the year. Whiskey says, "Hey there, BDD. How's it going, Whiskey? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far." Says, "Hi there to Jonah." Peppa says, "Will T Gaming, do you like doing carrots? Yes or no?"
No.
There
Now,
you go.
I wouldn't mind them, but their selling price stinks.
Yeah. I tell you what, she ended up doing a whole bunch of carrots here recently, where she got, it was almost like 2 million liters or some ridiculous amount, and she ended up making a fortune off of what she got. But it was just the sheer volume was nuts.
Well,
Farming with Outlaw Ag, how's it going, Outlaw? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi everyone, and Kloss all the way. Yes. No,
yeah.
I mean, this one is an absolute brilliant mod. It's perfect for somebody who's just starting out, who wants a cheap baler. And the best part about it is that even it being, because it's so cheap, you can lease it for super cheap too. If you were to lease the cheap Gavile, it's $3,000 to lease that. That's an insane amount of money for a starting farm, especially considering if you're starting from, like, start from scratch, or not start from scratch, but
New
the
farmer.
new farmer, thank you. You get $100,000,
Yeah.
base. Now you can tweak that, I understand, but $100,000, 3 grand. I mean, that's good little chunk of it right there.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's see here. Real quick. Whiskey says hi there, Wilty. Whiskey also says hi there, BDD.
Whiskey.
Whiskey also says, man, both of you are having trouble talking tonight. Yeah.
What? What? Lies and slander.
I know I am. I don't know about him, but Sir Klaus the Farmer Ghost says boo, and they says Klaus and then Klaus also says I'm a ghost. Welcome, man.
He's invading your channel, not mine. Have fun with him.
Now behave. Let's see here. So just speaking of JMZ earlier, the Nami Slow Cobra 300 by JMZ. Love that name, the Cobra.
Cobra.
It's 6.65 megabytes to download, which I'm actually kind of surprised that it's that low on megabytes, especially how good it looks.
It looks brilliant. Like you can see all the detail, the nuts and bolts that are just at the edges of this machine is just absolutely nuts. And then you got the rollers, you got the tines, the whole 9 yards. I mean, everything about this just screams brilliant. And then what's really great about this one is that this is a subsoiler, so it should take care of that plowed state. If subsoilers continue to work the way that I remember them working from 22, haven't yet used a subsoiler yet, so I'm just kind of, you know, hypothesizing here. But if it takes care of the plowed state and it gives you that cultivated look too, then yeah, absolutely brilliant. The only thing about this one's 3 meters, but
3 meters.
3 meters, 3 meters, no,
Get him out here.
oh no.
Should ban 3 meter
But but if we take a look at the next closest comparable, which would be the Agri Sim, the Combi Plow Gold. So this one is $13,800. The Combi Gold is $10,000. So same working with, but the Agri Sim base game is $10,000. It's $3,800 cheaper. Working speeds, we got about comparable. The Combi Plow requires 150 horsepower. This is 170. So all in all, this is really kind of be one of those kind of pick your poisons. If you like the mod and you like that kind of texture, now the subsoiler for the Agri Sim looks like it's going to give you that plowed state. It doesn't look like it's going to give you the cultivated state, just based on the kind of look of it, because it doesn't have that kind of roller in the back. So I'm just kind of guessing on that one that, that you might need, if you're looking for that kind of cultivated state beyond that, then this might be a good one for you. But I mean, 6 megabytes to download, it's not that bad. Yeah, I'd install this one.
Now, the other nice thing about this, real quick, is that you actually have an option to either have, like, basically like deep cultivation, basically, or light cultivation, which is nice. You have an option.
Oh, nice.
Let's see
So I
here.
presume that deep cultivation would be able to give you that or the take care of the plowed state.
Either or. It's just that one will bring up stones and the other one won't.
Oh, that's even better.
Okay, let's see here. This is what I was laughing at. So, Klaus, the farmyard ghost, said, I would never behave. Klaus, the farmyard ghost, says, BDD, you're next.
Hey, no, you stay over there, Klaus. You stay over there. No, bad.
Whiskey Creek Farms says, behalf, what is that? And then he also says behave. Oh, I think he meant to put behave. Jasper, the farmer ghost, says, come on, Klaus, be nice. And then Klaus says, never. Behave.
Jasper, get your boy under control.
Yeah, get him under control. We've been putting time out. Go sit in the corner. Now this next one I really liked a lot. I did install this. This is the J&M 875 grain cart. This is by K-Series Modding. It is 15.03 megabytes to download, and the price tag is $37,900, which it all depends on what you go for. Customization, it can go up or not. I do love like the rear twin wheels. The capacity is 30,834 liters.
So this one is a really good one if you want something like an auger wagon. If you're wanting an auger wagon, this is a brilliant one. Now, the reason that is that the cheapest auger wagon that we have that'll handle all the different styles of grains and stuff is the Demco 850 single auger grain cart. The starting price for that is $68,500. It's super expensive, and it only holds 30,000 liters. This is 37,900, so it's about half the price, and the same amount of capacity. So for 15 megabytes to install it, yeah, I would install this one all day, all night, because this is a much better starting option if you're looking for a auger wagon.
Right. Oh, Jasper. He says, I am trying. He's a real ghostly handful. Oh, my.
I have faith in you, Jasper.
Oh, my chat today. Jonas says, whiskey. Oh, with 2 exclamation points, not just one.
Oh,
You mad at him for something? Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Sulky X50 Econovov. I don't know, I guess you pronounce it. It is by Nico Pixis. It is 9.0, 9.80 megabytes to download. The price tag for starting out is $21,500, but it all depends on the configuration which you go for. The working speed is 20 kilometers per hour. The capacity is 2,400 to 4,000 liters, and the working width is 24 meters to 50 meters.
so the size, less than 10 megabytes, not that much. It's actually not that bad. The next closest comparable that we have is the Amazon ZATS 3200. The price for that is 25,000. This is 21,500, so it's a little bit cheaper. The Amazon will hold 3,200 liters. This only holds starting 2,400 liters. So you're actually getting a little bit less room for that less of price. Now the working width, that's what's interesting to me. The working width, according to this, says 24 meters to 50 meters. This one, the Amazon, only goes up to 42 meters. Now, do either one of us know if this will do only fertilizer, or does it do fertilizer and lime?
As far as what I can tell, it only does fertilizer.
Okay, so let's go under the assumption that it just does fertilizer. So, kind of pound for pound, when looking at the other comparable, the Amazon also only does solid fertilizer. You're getting that extra 8-meter working width for less price, depending on how much the price increases to go up to 4,000. If it's not that much more, then yeah, this actually would probably be a really good one to install. Again, it's going to give you a little bit less price, a little bit less in the capacity, but you get that much wider working width, almost 8 meters. So that's a pretty good one.
Well, besides that too, I mean, if you're honest, you could upgrade to a 4,000 liter capacity too, which is nice.
Exactly.
Whiskey. So Whiskey says, but I like my Demcos. Hey, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Which we're actually
No.
we're going to be talking about a big Demco auger coming up here pretty soon.
Well, and everything that we're saying here tonight, take with a grain of salt if you have brand loyalty. It's one of those that if you like a certain brand, then, don't let anything that we're saying here tonight sway you from, downloading or uninstalling or anything like that. Like I said, we're coming from the perspective, my perspective is of a console player. Will is talking from a PC player. So just kind of take that into advisement.
And all we're saying is our personal opinions on it.
Exactly.
Next one is going to be the Krone TX560D. This is by LS Agri Ole. This is 7.18 megabytes to download. This the starting price is $107,000. The capacity is 56,000 liters, and I believe you do have some tire options, and there's reflector options, which will make the price go up further. Now, I'm going to say something real quick. This mod's broken. It won't even fill.
Oof.
So just take that with a grain. I mean, it's a beautiful looking trailer. A triple axle is super nice, but it will not fill. Real quick though, Jonas says, "Sorry, fresh out of salt." What?
Huh?
Huh? Farmo the Outlaw, what's going on? If you're on PC and like 4X maps, there's a 4X Texas map coming sometime soon. Oh, nice. Thank you.
Ooh. So when looking at the comparables, we have a Krone GX520. This is the TX560D. Let's just take it that it's working just fine. Okay. So starting price for the 520, the one from base game, is 132,500 and it holds 52,000 liters. This is 107,000 and holds 56,000 liters. So if it was working, if everything was all fine and dandy, this one is cheaper and larger than the one base game. So that being said, if this worked, I would say install it because for less than 8 megabytes, that's pretty good.
Yeah, because Looney Farmer Guy and also Mr. CP both brought this up to several different try to fill points, and it would not fill. So
Wild.
I would take that with consideration. Now I did post it on my Will T Gaming FS Encyclopedia page on Facebook. There was a Krone trailer that did get released, but it got removed from the mod hub. That's why it's not on here. And before anyone asks, no, I do not know why. I don't even know who the modder even is. So I never heard of the people before. So,
But you're the FS Encyclopedia. How do you not know that?
if it's the modder I never heard of before, how would I know? Jonas says big Texas flats with a question mark. I don't think it's that. Now, Outlaw, there is one I'm very excited for, and that's Action Corners. I'm very excited for that to come out. So this next one is going to be the Herculano H4R. This is by FSPT. It is 13.25 megabytes to download. The base price or the price tag is $10,000 with a capacity of 8,000 liters.
So, taking a look at this, if we take a look at the other comparables under manure spreaders, about the closest one we have is the Brantner TA12050 Power Spread Plus. So, this base price, $10,000 and 8,000 liters capacity. The Brantner does 9,000 liters, so it's a little bit more on the capacity, and it costs 31,500. So, you get an extra 1,000 liters of capacity, but you're spending almost 3 times the price. So for less than 14 megabytes, that's not a bad price. Not a bad price, not a bad file size. So yeah, this one I would definitely consider installing.
Yeah, yeah. The or the way that Andy's Farms would put it is well, if you like your small farm shenanigans, this is the perfect one for you. It's a great way of putting it.
Shenanigans.
Whiskey Creek Farm says, Jonah, my up big blow is at my hobby shop. Huh? I don't know what on earth that is, but okay.
So real quick, I'm going to catch up with the chat just real fast. Ken says, try 5 million liters BDD. Wow. Wow. 5 million liters of carrots. Pippa, you are a machine.
Yeah.
Whew. Farming with Outlaws says, I've seen that DJ modding that brought UMRV and Green Valley, Nebraska in FS22 is working on a brand new map for FS25. Nice.
He is.
I've heard nothing but good things about that UMRV. I am not familiar with Valley, Nebraska or Green Valley, Nebraska, but the first one I've heard lots of good things about. But maybe not being a PC player, I didn't get to play it. Pip with all the custom emojis. Gold Gaming, how's it going, Gold? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says howdy neighbors. Ken says, what's up, Gold Gaming? Farming with Outlaws says, if you're on PC and like 4X maps, there's a 4X Texas map. Nice. And then Kiwi Sim Farmer, Kiwi, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hello, everyone. And I am all caught up.
Let's see. Oh, Jonas says he means Union Pacific, big boy. Okay, so the up is Union Pacific, and he meant to say big boy, not big blow.
Gotcha. Okay, okay.
Whiskey says LOL with a bunch of laughing emojis. All right, so the next one is gonna be the classic barrel. This is by Puzzcap. This is 6.95 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $1,700. The max working speed is 10 kilometers per hour. The required power is 28 horsepower. Working width is 4 meters. Capacity is 2,000 liters. Now I did message. It's not really message. I really commented on this video more than anything. But Mr. CDP and said, "Yo, for the classic barrel, you missed something. Slurry tanks." So because yes, this is a barrel that you can hold water in, but it's also a slurry spreader, and that's where the working width comes in.
So, just taking a look at the slurry spreader for this particular one, I mean, honestly, if small farm shenanigans, we'll go with that one. This is gonna be perfect for less than 7 megabytes to install. The cheapest one that we have is the FarmTech Super Cease 800, $31,500. This is $1,700. That's insane savings. Insane. That's almost 30 grand right off the bat that you're saving. Now you're taking into account working width and all that stuff. The working width for the base game one is 15 meters. This is only 4 meters, so it's significantly smaller, but you're significantly less in price. The horsepower requirement's significantly less at 28 horsepower for this one. The base game one has a horsepower requirement of 80. So yeah, all in all, it's going to be a perfect one for your small farms and really, really tight farms as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. Whiskey. I mean the Union Pacific Big Blow Turbine. Oh, I don't know what that is. Let's see here. Now this next one, I personally did not install this. I wanted to, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm still on the defense about it. But it's the Round Balers Plus. This is by BB Mods. This is 38.66 megabytes to download. Now, this is, and as quotes to DJ Goham, Looney Far, and basically anyone that does mod reviews calls this a game changer. Because what this can do is it basically brings what PC has and brings it over to consoles. So besides you being able to like change the colors and et cetera, like that, but you can also it also gives you the ability to unload unfinished bales.
So this one here is a very, very nice mod, group of mods. So it's almost 40 megabytes to install. So that's really, really high up there. That's really rich for one specific mod set. Now, what makes this a really great set of mods is the fact that one, you can create custom size bales. It says 1.5x capacities and the 125 centimeter round bales liftable. So that right there gives you a nice little bonus for your bale sizes. That's pretty nice. It also gives you slightly larger working widths. So you can pick up larger swaths. So you kind of get a good one right there. Gives you all the color options. And then, like Will just said, you can unload unfinished bales. That is a game changer right there. Being able to unload a unfinished bale from a round baler is nuts. That's great because I can't tell you the number of times where I'll have a partially made bale because I'm right at the tail end of a field and then it's just sitting there unused and waiting for me to do something with it, down the line, or to be able to pick up more product to be able to then finish making that final bale. So it's just, yeah, it's a huge inconvenience. But I will say the kind of downside to this is that everything is more expensive than their base game counterparts. So taking a look at the Gavile G1 F125 Plus versus the base game version, the base game is 60,500. This is 75,000. So you're paying basically an extra 15 grand to get the unloading unfinished bales, the custom bale sizes, and the slightly larger working widths. So it's one of those that it is nice. I do like it. It's a high megabyte to install for what you're getting. And do you want to install this when we have potentially other mods coming down the line, like the quick baler, like and I haven't heard if that is officially coming to FS25 or anything like that, but I'm just saying potentially if something like that were to come out, it would basically take the place of these in a heartbeat.
Right. Farmer Outlaw sent you a picture of what the mapper has so far on the 4X Texas map. Okay. I'll take a look at that. Thank you. Jonah says, I have also installed this mod today. And and it's like what BDDG said is take it with a grain of salt. It's just it's our own personal opinions. I mean, I personally wouldn't install this. But I mean, somebody out there would. But that's me, Jonah. But I mean, there's plenty of other people that would, and having something like this, like as a game changer to a lot of people, it's definitely a nice thing to have on console. So.
Oh, absolutely. And like I said, the great thing about this is that, it adds basically all the base game models and adds all the features that we were talking about before. So that is really, really nice. Now, I will say the one thing I'm noticing here is that the John Deere C44-1R Plus is the same exact price as the base game John Deere. So that is actually really nice because you get all the perks with none of the downside of the additional cost. But it does appear that everything else is kind of bumped up in value, at least based on what I'm seeing here from the description in the mod hub.
Jonah, you're something else. Gold Gaming says, howdy neighbors. What's going on, man? How you doing? Great to see you in here. Jonah says, like I said, I'm fresh out of salt, so how can I take it with a grain of salt?
Gotcha.
He said, LOL. Oh, Jonah, you're too much sometimes, man. That's what I like about you, though. Okay, I gotta put these glasses on. All right, so yeah, so I got like these specific glasses that block out the blue light, so it doesn't strain on my eyes when I look at the screens. Let's see here. Next one is gonna be Brush Cutter. This is by AW Modding, Mantrid, and ABP Team. ABP Team. It is 0.53 megabytes to install. Your price tag is $80, and you're working with, it's 0.5 meters.
So less than a megabyte to install, super cheap, less than $100 to buy. Power is next to nothing because it's self-powered. I'm gonna say, if you're looking for a hyper realistic style of mod where you can kind of simulate, a lawn care company or something along those lines, then this is going to be the mod for you. For me personally, 0.5 meter working width. I mean, we were just complaining about 3 meters just a few minutes ago. Yeah. This is a slight reduction from that. Slight. So it's just itty bitty. So it's one of those where, me personally, I'm not going to install this one, regardless of it being super small, regardless of it being super cheap. It's just not something that I can see kind of integrating into my game unless it's for a very hyper specific purpose, like storytelling or something along those lines.
I mean, I could definitely see someone using this for like a role play. If they do like a lawn care business.
Exactly.
So, what are y'all talking about? 0.3. It's huge. Jonah. Well, I mean, I would offer Jonah to join in, but we never went over to my general. So, let's see here. Now this other one was so the hand cart by PT Mods that was on all platforms, but apparently it kept causing game crashes on consoles.
Uh-oh.
So so they end up putting it as PC Mac only. So I will not be going over that. The next one is going to be Scooter. This is by Kazan18. This is 2.0 megabytes to download. Your price tag is $1,500. Power is 20 horsepower.
So this one for me is a firm no.
Yeah.
A firm no. Now, again, this is something that if this is up your alley, then great. Don't let me dissuade you. But me, this is just way too hyper focused on extremely specific tastes. And I just could not see myself just going and downloading this, even though it's small in the megabytes. It's, it is what it is. It's $1,500, so it's super cheap. It's just not again, role play in some way, shape, or form. This would be useful, but I just don't see like myself ever wanting like, oh, I've got to have this kind of
Right.
thing.
Right. 100%. 100%. Let's see here. The next one is going to be Tree Shears Pack. This is by HR Force and Farshushbao. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm just gonna start saying HR Force because I'm not gonna try pronouncing that last bit. It is 2.39 megabytes to download. There's two different versions. So you have a price tag for the first one. This is $11,250, and the other one is $13,250. Now, this is very interesting, though, because if you actually use this, it doesn't have an actual chainsaw noise. It actually has, like, a crushing noise, kind of like...
Okay. Here, I'm kind of indifferent on. It's basically just a saw for your Volvo. Like Will said, it doesn't have the sawing noise. Rather, it just has a kind of crushing noise. But just not something that I could be really like. Oh, I just don't have that kind of itch to go and download this. It's again a very hyper specific kind of thing. It is nice though because you do get the various options on diameters for the trees that you're going to be cutting down, and it's a cheap tool. So for less than 14 grand, you can have the two diameters, and for less than 3 megabytes, you can install this. So if you're the kind of person who likes using the Volvo, what is that thing called? The track vehicle,
Excavator?
and you can sure. Yeah, you can install this, you can use this, and it's a cheap little attachment compared to like the one that would normally come with the Volvo. I think it's let's see. If you were to do like the harvest header, it's $32,000 attachment for the Volvo. So, all in all, that's a pretty huge discount. And the fast coupler that you would have normally to install this to is a $0 upgrade. So yeah, it's not a big cross, not a big thing to download. Just for me personally, not something that I would just go rush out and do.
I wouldn't either. I personally wouldn't either. The only forestry thing I want is the T-Rex. Northern Rex. So your Jones says, I heard Elma, Missouri is gonna be out sooner or later. Yes, we'll be talking about that later. So your Farming with Outlaw says, I wasn't a big fan of the Elma, Missouri map. Oh, he's not gonna Jonah. Okay. You weren't a big fan? I love that map. I had a huge farm build in 22. So the next one is going to be the DFM RT 3000. This is by AW Modding ABP Team. Try saying that 5 times fast. It is 1.50 megabytes to download. The price tag is $10,500. The required horsepower is 60.
So again, this one I'm kind of indifferent on because it's a skid steer attachment, so it's not anything that I'm gonna be like, oh, got to run out and get this. Um, but as best as I can tell, this is just a saw attachment for your skid steer loader. Um, if you're like running skid steers and having that as a kind of additional kind of thing, then that's great. It's $10,500. So it's a little bit on the expensive side when you take a look at some of the other tools for a skid steer. Most expensive tool we have is the rock crusher. That's $9,000. So this is the upper echelon of tools for a skid steer, but it's cheap to install. If this is something for you, then great. Me personally, I just don't see that.
Right. Huh.
Uh-oh.
No, Jonas is seems very laggy on my end.
Huh.
Anyone else who's watching this, is it laggy for you guys? I mean, I'm hardwired to my to my internet. So let's see here. For LS's, I would prefer the Iowa Plains View map over Alma, Missouri map. He said that's a good one too. Yeah, they're all. Yeah, that's a good one.
Iowa Plains is a really great map.
That is. I personally would choose Alma though over that. So your next one is going to be a Lizard Slice Weight. This is by 76 Max. This is 1.88 megabytes to download, and your price tag is $950. And I'm going to say it, and I'm going to take the words right out of BDD's mouth. It's a weight. If you like weights, there you go.
There we go.
Simple as that. This next one is going to be the K&S fertilizer. This is by Lism. I think it's pronounced it. LISM. It is 0.95 megabytes to download. The capacity is 6,000 liters. So that's for liquid fertilizer, which has a base price of $9,600, and then you have your solid fertilizer, which is going to be 750 liters for $1,400.
So it's right in line with the Helm liquid fertilizer as well as the Corteva liquid fertilizer. It's just bumping up the volume. So if you were to take the 2,000 from the base game, multiply by 3, you're getting the same exact price for the liquid fertilizer. Same thing with the solid fertilizer. If we're taking a look at the Corteva, it is 1,000 base game, $1,920 versus 750 liters and $1,400. So that's roughly in line with the volume versus price differential there. So what this really just boils down to is, are you a KNS fan or are you not?
Right.
Me personally, I am not this is again not a loyalist company that I'm, going to be a part of. So even though it's less than 1 megabyte to install, I'm not going to bother with it.
Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't either. Let's see. The next one is going to be Pig Shed. This is by DMI 20mm Normandy. It is 22.87 megabytes to download. It does holds 275 pigs. I'm looking up at the at the 60 meters long for some reason. Oh, it's been one of those days. I'm telling you, man, it's been one of those days today. Like so bad. So the price tag is $135,000. The monthly upkeep is $125.
So it's a good looking model. It's a little bit pricey, 135,000 for, what is it, 275 pigs. We take a look at our kind of base game stuff for animals. We've got got to be under the right section for pigs. Okay, so 275, we do have one that's comparable. The Horman Pigsty Large, that holds 275, so it's a 1-to-1 comparison. The base game one, $164,000 is $135,000. So more same capacity, lower price, about 30-ish thousand dollars lower price. That's not bad. 23 megabytes to install though, that's quite high. But this also has a kind of style to it, a very kind of European style to it. So if this kind of fits the mold that you are looking for, then great. Uh, it's not that bad to install. It's not that bad to buy. All in all, yeah, it's a nice looking model, and it does look like it has customization options. It looks like there's some with bricks, some with like colored slatting,
Mm-hmm.
uh, so on and so forth. So looks like a good solid mod. Yeah, yeah, this would be one that I would consider installing.
Man, I don't really do pigs. So,
Well, you better get on it because now you're up to 5 million cows, and last I checked with Jonah, I think we're up to about 50,000 pigs.
you're killing me, Jonah. You're killing me. Next one is going to be Calf Barn. This is by MS Modding. This is 34.14 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $60,000. The daily upkeep is $50 a day, and it holds 25 cows. Now, I personally like this. I don't know why. I mean, I personally like it. I don't know. It's probably because I have it on my comm sim or whatever it's called now. Like Oak Farms.
Oak Bridge Farms.
It fits really well with that. That's probably why I like it.
So for this one here, the next closest comparable that we have is the cow barn. That's what it's called. It holds 35 cows and is $85,000 base game. This is $60,000, so it's cheaper, but it also holds 10 less cows. It's this supposed to kind of simulate a calving barn to where you're supposed to hold your small calves separate from the big ones for a predetermined amount of time until they can grow up and be in with the rest of the population. This one for 35 megabytes to install, it looks good. It does have a very nice look to it, but bit high for what you're getting out of it, in my personal opinion. This one I would probably pass on.
Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Homestead Pig Barn. This is by Pazar Modern. This is 14.14 megabytes to download. Nice, 1414. So for the pig barn, your price tag is $15,000. Your daily upkeep is $10 a day, and the capacity is 12 pigs. It does come with a manure heap, but your price tag for that is $8,000. Your daily upkeep is $5 a day. Capacity is 20,000 liters. It does also come with a fence, which your price tag for that is $30. That's per section.
So for less than 15 megabytes to install, the next closest comparable we have is the shed with pig pasture. That's 25 pigs and $44,000 base game. This is 15,000 and 12 pigs. So you're talking for less than half the price, you're taking a hit of about half the available pigs, but you're actually still saving a bit of money with this one. Less than 15 megabytes to install. That's not that bad. It also comes with the manure heap, as well as the fencing. So all in all, yeah, I'd install this one, and it's got a good simple look to it as well. I do like this one because it's just a little freestanding building out, out there. I like it.
I mean, besides that too, I know I don't talk about ratings anymore, but this is a 5-star by 19 people. 5-star rating. So
it's one of those that, and I don't mean this in a bad way. It's a simple mod.
right.
I mean this in a very, very good way. Is that sometimes simple is really, really good, and this one is simple, good.
Well, it's just like that manure spreader, the Herculano that's got 5 stars by 17 people.
Yep.
And like that Klaus Baller's got 5 stars by 46.
Yeah, sometimes a mod doesn't have to be revolutionary. It doesn't have to be a game changer to be good. It needs to be something that is kind of filling the hole in the market.
Right.
And a lot of those gaps, especially when we have base game considerations, are those kind of, new farmer gaps. It's like, how can I get started on a farm for relatively cheap, or for those people who like to kind of role play from the old kind of like vintage styles, those tend to fill that mold as well. The kind of new farmer mode, cheaper because it is older. So it's one of those that sometimes simple is better, and I think this
Right.
is a good example of it.
Right. Next one is going to be Grain Hall. This is by MA7 Studio. It is 21.28 megabytes to download. Your price tag is $80,000. Your monthly upkeep or your daily upkeep is $10 a day. I mean, I do like this. I mean, definitely, if I had to like make my own farm or expand on a Palinade, I would definitely have this.
So this is the same modder that has made Pelinier, and for 21 megabytes to install, 80,000 to purchase, you can have solar panels on the roof. It's a nice mod. It looks fantastic. You look at it and it's very highly detailed. It's got the kind of like I think that's called pea stone, uh, kind of throughout the siding, almost like stucco stone is I think what it's also referred to.
Yep.
It looks brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's a nice mixture of like the wood, the stone, and the metal slats as well. I think it's a brilliant looking mod, but at the end of the day, it's a shed, and it's going to be down to your personal preferences to whether or not you think it's going to fit into your map. If it fits your map, then I highly recommend it to install. And again, MA7 Studio, Pelinier, they have all the clout they need
Oh yeah.
from that one. So it's one of those where very good, reputable modder makes great stuff, and I think this is another example. But if this is one that doesn't fit the kind of mold that you're looking for on your specific map, then it's going to be one that I can see very easily being passed because, again, at the end of the day, it's just a shed.
Right. Now I do like the on the right hand side you got like the enclosure you can like back your wheel loader into keep in there, but also like inside too. You have like different sections, so you can put like your grain in there, you can put lime in there, whatever. I don't
Yep.
know if it bleeds through or not, so that I do not know. So just be wary of that. Did you want to catch up with your chat real quick?
Yes, thank you. So, let's see, let's refresh. Oops. Let's see. Kobe Gaming says, "Hi BDD, hi Kobe. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far." And I'm all caught up.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Let's see here. So the next one is going to be Half Timbered Barn. This is by a modding association Katsu. This also is 5-star rating by 14 people. This is 17.31 megabytes to download. It is going to be 24 by 22 meters. The price tag is $31,500, and your daily upkeep is $50 a day. Now, the nice thing I do like about this is that you actually have to open the doors from the outside where the handles are.
So this one here, again, it's going to have a very specific look to it, again, it's a shed. So it's one of those. If it fits your mold, if it fits the kind of look and aesthetics that you're looking for, then it's going to be a good one for you. Um, 18 megabytes to install. That's a bit high, but what's nice about this one is $31,000 to purchase. So it's not that expensive, and it looks very highly detailed. So you can see where that 18 megs does come into play. You have the options between the kind of old style brick versus the stucco look to it.
I like
Yeah,
that look
looks
better.
good. What's that?
No, I was just saying. Well, I like the non brick look better.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are really sharp, and again, you can see where that 18 megabytes is coming from. If it fits your mold, then great. If not, then again, it's just a shed, so not something I'm gonna, you know, go and fight for, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there is also a hayloft inside too. There's an upper area.
Oh, nice.
Let's see here. The next one is going to be Bunker Silo Set. This is by Razak. Let's go. This is going to be 9.54 megabytes to download. So there's two of them. So you have this the short one, which you can either have with a gravel mound or with planting over it, like a soil mound. So your price tag is $40,000. Your daily upkeep is $15 a day. And then you have your large bunker silo, which only has the gravel mound, which is his price tag of $80,000. Daily upkeep is $30 a day.
So to take a look at this one it's a very nice looking mod. It's very nice, very gorgeous. It's got all the kind of detail foliage all around it. Yeah, I think this is a brilliant one, and Razak makes some really good mods as well. Less than 10 megabytes to install. That's a little bit high for a bunker silo per se, but again, you can see where that detail's coming from. 40,000 for the smaller of the two. It doesn't give us any kind of literage or anything like that, so I really can't compare. But the cheapest one we have access to, base game, is 25,000 versus the most expensive is 120,000. So this kind of runs in between somewhere from base game. So one of those that the high detail and the pricing, I can see installing this one and being happy with it because it does have a very good look to it.
So the smaller one is going to hold about 800,000 liters. So about
Okay.
I know that. Now the bigger one, I wouldn't say you're doubling it, but it's pretty close. So your next one, I like this one. The next one is going to be the U.S. Farm Barn. This is by VX Mapping. This is 13.74 megabytes to download. Your price tag is $45,000. Your daily upkeep is $50 a day. You do have an option to add solar panels on it for $8,000. And your bale capacity, this is bales only, no pallets, is 1,000. Now this was the base game barn in FS22. I actually like how the bales are upstairs.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one is absolutely brilliant. For less than 14 megabytes to install, you can have a bale capacity of 1,000 and less than 50 grand to purchase. So, I mean, that's all really good. That's all really good. I would absolutely, especially if you're working on an American map, Riverbend Springs, you know, check this one out because this one works very well.
It's also like the wood looks amazing though. I mean, you can have pallets, but you can stack yourself on the lower racks. But yeah, it absolutely looks phenomenal. So your next one is going to be the Object Storage Shed. This is by Sheben Modding. This is 8.23 megabytes to download, and you have a price tag of $75,000. If I remember correctly, this one does 250. I believe this is just bales.
So the base game one that we have access to, which I don't know if that one's ever been fixed yet or not. Do you know if the base game one's been fixed?
I believe it has.
Okay. Well, assuming that it has, the base game one holds 250 pallets, which pallets or bales. It's only $49,000. And this one is, 75,000, so it's far more expensive. It's almost 9 megabytes to install. It's got a decent look to it. Nice little covered shed, but personally, not one that I would go ahead and install for the megabytes and the price.
Right. No, I agree with that. I mean, if you want to go for something that's going to hold bales, I would go for the U.S. Farm Barn.
Yep.
Here, next one is going to be the Object Storages. This is by D. Landishire. This is 4.94 megabytes to install. So there's three of them. So the first one is going to be, you have a price tag of $176,000. And then your second one is going to be has a price tag of $44,000. Now I do want to state this: the first one is a pure. It does say right here pure bale storage, so no pallets. The other one is for storage for pallets and bales. And then your third one, your easy shed, is pure for bales, just bales, has a price tag of $12,000. I'm trying to remember what the capacity is. I think the easy one I think is 1,000 or a little bit over 1,000. So
So this one I would definitely install. The reason being, it's only 5 megabytes to install, so it's not that expensive for the amount of size it takes up. Now, the prices are where it gets a little crazy. 12,000, 44,000, 176,000. But, depending on their various capacities, it might be worth the investment in some of them. And, I mean, if I remember right, these are basically base game models from FS22 in certain regards. If I remember correctly, they might even be FS19, if I'm not mistaken.
yes.
Yeah, because I think that the what was it, the Horman? I think that was from 19. Anyways, um, yeah, I mean, all in all, they're solid looking models for 5 megabytes to install. It's not that pricey, and yeah, the only thing that you're gonna have to worry about is the actual price of the purchase. But you can offset it with some solar panels, so it's completely up to you.
I mean, that is one thing I don't like is when modders don't put in here though, like how much they hold. But
Mm-hmm.
it is what it is. Now the next one is going to be the wooden garage object storage. This is by Johnny Wayne 1930. This is 1.14 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $44,000. Your daily upkeep $44 a day. See, your capacity 90 objects. Now this, I believe. Okay, yeah. So this is pallets and bales. So
So less than 2 megabytes to install, holds 90 objects, and 44,000 to install or to purchase. Yeah, I say download this one. It's nice, solid, simple. Again, simple mod, does what it needs to do. I like it.
next one is going to be the extra large workshop. This is by Mac Trucker 921. This is 25.82 megabytes to download. It is 38 meters by 24 meters. You have a price tag of $45,000, and you can put there's three configurations. So you can have 246 for your solar panels. So your daily upkeep is $35 a day.
So, like we were saying before about the sheds, it is a shed, needs to fit into the kind of aesthetics that you have going on your map. That being said, 26 megabytes to install. That's pretty high for a shed. Um, Base cost of 45,000. Then you can, kind of tweak it around to be a little bit more expensive from there. I mean, for me personally, it looks like a good model. It's got some highly detailed features on it, lighting inside, and all that stuff. And it's absolutely cavernous on the inside. You can, put in what looks to be the smallest harvester and, get some bales and all that stuff in there. It's a nice big thing, but
It's a
yeah,
workshop
not
too.
one I would. Oh, it does have workshop trigger in it? Did I
Yeah,
miss that?
yeah. I mean, because it does say large, extra large workshop. This does have a workshop trigger in it. Yeah, so you're here see and working on your machinery.
Yep.
The nice thing though is that you can actually repair, repaint, and sell from here too. So
Nice. Yeah, so I mean, all in all, this isn't one for me, but I can definitely see and hear the argument from those who'd be like, "Oh yeah, this is a good one." And it is a good mod. It's a good mod and good model. It's just a little too rich for my blood.
I agree 100%. Farming with Outlaw, I could not agree more with you there. So he said, I like the shed buildings from ICUS.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Next one is going to be Large Shed. This is by MA7 Studio. This also has a 5-star rating by 32 people. This is 12.34 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $32,000. You have a monthly or daily upkeep of $30 a day. So looks fantastic.
So take everything I said about the previous MA7 Studio shed, copy and paste it. Yeah, it's a gorgeous looking shed, but at the end of the day, it's a shed.
Exactly.
That being said, though, 13 megabytes to install is a little high for the shed, but you can see where the detail is.
Yep.
You can see the detail and you can tell why it's that high. So, all in all, if it fits your map, great. If not, then not going to be something that you're going to be interested in, but it does look brilliant.
Right. 100%. And speaking of that modder, the next one is going to be Shed. This is by MA7 Studio. It's also 5 stars by 41 people. This is 15.76 megabytes downloadable size. You have a price tag of $30,000. Your monthly, aka daily upkeep is $10 a day.
So, again, copy and paste.
So, let's move on. Next one is going to be Silage Factory. This is by Black Panther Modding. This is 10.18 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $75,000, and you have a daily your daily upkeep is $140 a day. Which this is nice because you can do silage from straw, grass, and chaff, and you could also make hay.
So, this one, love this mod. Love it. Less than 11 megabytes to install, 75,000 to purchase. It's not that expensive. It's not that high on the megabytes, and it's a nice looking model. I would love to see personally the option to be able to tweak the color because I think that color is going to stand out on a lot of people's farms. But all that being said, that's just a personal preference. That's not to be any kind of negativity towards the actual mod itself because it is a nice looking mod. And the fact that you can make hay and silage from multiple different products, yeah, love it.
Yeah. Outlaw. Just wondering, why do we need all these shed mods for FS25? That's just what people want to put out, man. Next one is going to be a milk tank extension. This is by Missy B. This is 1.03 megabytes to download. So you have your silo extension. So this is your extension. Your price tag of $30,000. Your daily upkeep is $2. And then you have your silo itself, which is going to have a price tag of $25,000, and your daily upkeep is $2. And your capacity is going to be 500,000 liters. That's for both the extension and for the silo.
So, if your name is Will T Gaming and you're going to have 6 million cows on your farm, this is going to be essential. But no, in all seriousness, this is a brilliant mod. If you're looking to have a large milk operation on your farm, this is going to be essential because you're going to be able to increase the capacities of your silos, your kind of internal storage for your pastures and pens, without having to worry about having to do much of else with it. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. Less than 2 megabytes to install, barely over 1 megabyte to install. So all in all, yeah, love it. Brilliant model, brilliant mod. This is a definite download.
Outlaw. Probably going to stir the hornet's nest with that comment in the stream of chat. Let's see here. Next one is going to be Butter Co Factory. This is by Corrado Farms. This is 11.50 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $70,000. You have a daily upkeep of $100. So then, as you can tell, your inputs right here. I'm not going to read them out loud, but you can read them. And added is goat and buffalo milk for FS25.
So for less than 12 megabytes to install, 70,000 to purchase, This is actually a pretty good production point because the base game that we have is the dairy. Now it doesn't tell me like cycles per month or anything like that, but the dairy base game has $210,000 on it, and this is a $70,000 one. So significantly cheaper. If even if it reduces it, by the factor of three to kind of stay in line, this is a much better starting out option for people than the kind of base game dairy. So, and it does look like it does a bunch of stuff for you. So,
And
really, really good one here.
the cycles per month is 120. So.
Yes, and I was commenting specifically on the comparison to dairy.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Now, this one only does butter based on what I'm seeing here in the
Yep.
screenshots.
Yep.
So, yeah, if you're looking for butter, I mean, this is going to be kind of the one for you, but
Yep.
it's going to be limited to butter.
Exactly. Exactly. So your next one is going to be field storage. This is by Missy B. It is 0.86 megabytes to download. You have a capacity of 500,000 liters. Your price tag is going to be $5,000, and your daily upkeep is 1. This will hold seed, lime, fertilizer, herbicide, and liquid fertilizer in one location. Now, I do know that, like, let's just say if you put 10,000 liters in here of lime, then you could put something else in here, and then something else in here until the capacity is reached. So,
This is a brilliant one. Basically, it's a silo. At the end of the day, this is just a silo, but it's less than 1 megabyte to install. 500,000, was it 500,000
yeah,
or is that 5 million? Yeah, 500,000 and $5,000. So if you're just wanting a place to hold like your essentials, like your farm essentials, this one's it. 5 grand, 5 grand and less than a megabyte. Yeah, worth every penny, worth every megabyte, and not even a megabyte.
and on top of that too, you could store multiple things at once. It's not just one
Yep.
filter. Let's see here. The next one is going to be the grain flour mill. This is by DMI 20 Normandy. This is 14.51 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $288,000. You have a daily upkeep of $50. And it is basically your flour mill, so it takes your average stuff. So, and there's 2 different versions. So,
So I'm just trying to find the kind of base game comparable. There we go, grain mill. So the grain mill base game is 288,000. This is also 288,000. Basically, to me, it looks like it's just a reskin of a grain mill. Now, it looks amazing. It looks really good. The multiple models that you can see here, it's got a brick and it's got that kind of stucco version of it. It looks wonderful. Again, it's got a very specific style that DMI 20 Normandy is known for. They mainly stick to, I believe, like the Dutch style. So all that being said, if you're looking for that, it's going to be brilliant. And yeah, just going to be something for those players who like this kind of look.
and I do want to put this out there too, is that all these mods that are coming out, it gives someone, it gives someone at least something. So there's always an option out there. It's always another option for somebody. So
Exactly. Exactly. And really, for less than 15 megabytes for this one is not that bad of a megabyte install. Again, for all the detail that you see. The brick one, I do like the brick because you can just see the detail that's a part of it.
Yep, 100%. Next one is going to be fuel tanks. This is by Missy B. This is 1.26 megabytes to download. I'm going to ignore this last one because it's DEF. We don't have that. But for the diesel tank, you have a price tag of $2,500. You have a capacity of 10,000 liters, and you have a daily upkeep of $1.
So there are certain tractors that do require DEF, but will often just get filled with your diesel. So it's one of those I never kind of understood why it's kind of held off separately. Uh, if it's going to be kind of met up and filled up with your normal kind of diesel activity. When you go to the gas station, you just put in diesel. I never understood separating out the two. That being said, less than 2 MB to install and 2,500 to purchase. Has capacity of 10,000 liters for the diesel and 5,000 for the DEF. Yeah, I'd say absolutely. All day, all night. Go ahead and install this because they're simple little tanks. I mean, they're basically a little silo that you can purchase from,
Right.
but they look good.
Right. Why do you say that, Outlaw? So he said, I could never be a Giants partner. Kind of curious why he says that. So the next one is
And just
what's up?
sorry, just real quick. Kobe says I'm good. How are you? I'm doing fantastic, Kobe. Thank you for asking. That's it.
Oh, okay. Next one is going to be one wood cutting stand. This is by Scenic. This is 1.13 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $250. I mean, overall, this is decoration. I mean, yes, you can put logs on here, and yes, you can like cut through the log and use this, but it's mainly used for decoration.
Um, so this one being less than a megabyte to, or being about a megabyte to install, it's not huge on the megabytes, and it's not huge on the price at 250 bucks. It's one of those that if you want the kind of storytelling aspect of it, then that's fine. But me personally, I could never see
Right.
like ever needing to install this outside of telling a story.
Oh, that's why. Oh boy. I don't know if you want to.
Not something worth repeating on stream.
Well, I'm gonna read it no matter what. But it says,
Hold on before you do. If it's something specific towards like towards Giants, if it's a negative, uh, hold off until after stream.
good idea. Good idea.
The only reason I'm saying that is because I am a Giants partner and I don't
Yes,
want it to come back to haunt me.
that is very very true. Okay, I'll wait. Next one is gonna be, and I also want to become a Giants partner eventually, so I don't want that to come back and haunt me either. Good idea. Next one is gonna be Solar Farm. This is by Mac Trucker 921. This is 3.22 megabytes to download. You have a placement lot of 72 solar panels. Your price tag is going to be $1,295,000, and your income per hour is going to be $3,600. Now I like this personally.
Oh, absolutely. This is a brilliant looking mod, and it's again simple. Simple. Less than 4 MB to install. It's super expensive, $1.3 million, but it's a big income generator at $3,600 per hour. So at the end of the day, yeah, it's going to cost you up front, but this is one of those kind of mods, one of those kind of things that it's a high buy-in, but it'll pay for itself very, very quickly. So all in all, less than 4 MB to install. Yeah, absolutely would install this. The only downside I can come up with this, kind of in a kind of if I was being nitpicky, is that because it's such a huge uh, model, you can see it kind of uses the base game location as best as I can tell. No, that's not. Is that? Yeah, it
Yeah,
is base game.
yeah,
In this screenshot here, it's taken up pretty much all three fields. It's a huge, huge model. So you're going to have a lot of real estate to put this down on.
oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, but I mean, but if you get the money and you have the space, you put that down. You have no problem.
Yeah. And like I said, it's one of those where you'll make your money back pretty quickly on it.
Oh yeah. Next one is going to be Big Wooden Shed. This is by Maca. I don't know how to pronounce it. It is 10.51 megabytes to download. It is going to be 20 meters by 40 meters. It has a price tag of $9,900 and a daily upkeep of $5.
So, for the most part, copy and paste what I've been saying about the sheds up until this point. Now, where I will diverge from that is 11 megabytes is a little bit high, but you can see all the detail, like in the weathering from the wood on the outside there, looks really, really good. It's also got lighting, it's highly detailed on the inside. I mean, but again, it's a shed. It's gonna have to fit your aesthetics, but for less than $10,000, that's a really, really good price.
And it's a cat
It,
shed too.
it it's huge. So it's showing a couple of case, like a case harvester and a case Steiger in there, and there's still room in between. You could put in another Steiger or another harvester in between the two. It's massive. It's huge. So, and it's a nice little drive-through too. So, all in all, yeah, this is a nice one. I would install this one.
Right. Next one is going to be Enclosed Carport. This is by Scooter's Workbench. This has a 5-star rating by 13 people. This is has a downloadable. It has a down 8.68 megabytes to download. There we go. So you have just a basic carport shed, which is going to cost you $3,000, and then you have so this is going to be your pallets only, no bales, for $3,000. And then you have a workshop trigger where you can repair, repaint, and sell your equipment for $9,000.
So 9 megabytes to install this one is a bit rich for, in my opinion, for what you're getting. This is a very, very small shed, but it does have some nice little trump cards up its sleeve. You know, it can be just a regular shed, it can be a pallet storage, and it can be a repair trigger. So all in all, me personally, I wouldn't install this one simply because it's a little bit high for the megabytes for my taste, but you know, it's a good price. 3,000, 9,000
Right.
is not that bad when it's all said and done. Does look, you know, pretty decently detailed, but again, being such a small model just kind of leaves me hesitant as to the size of the file. So, not one that I can see installing.
Well, it also has a water trigger too on the repair shop.
Now, I will say the workshop, you can tell the workshop is where all the megabyte is coming from because you can see all the details that are in there, all the workbenches and all the water point and the repair trigger and all that stuff, the drill press and the arc welder. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff there. It's just kind of, you know, strewn about in there. So you can tell where the megabyte is coming from. It's just, to me, not justifiable. But again, copy and paste everything I said before. If it fits your style and you like it, you know, go for it.
Right, 100%. The next one is going to be the Dove Coat. I think that's how you pronounce it. This is also
Dove
by
coat.
this is also by MA7 Studio. It is 13.77 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $12,000 and a daily upkeep of $8. Now, for me personally, I would not install this, but you can see the level of detail though that went into this.
So again, MA7 Studios, Pelligny, brilliant map maker, brilliant model, brilliant looking mod. It's great. It's decoration. And for that reason alone, for 14 megabytes, if it's something that you want to, you know, dress up your farm on, that's great. Me personally, I don't see this being such a, like, oh, I've got to have this in order for me to want to download it.
Right. 100%. And it looks fantastic, but it's just no. Here, so the next one is going to be Placeable Big Doghouse. This is by Doodoo.
We are children.
Yeah, we are. And I'm 30. So it has a let's see, 8.37 megabyte download, and it has a price tag of $1,000. Now, I'm gonna say I do like this one. It looks very, very good, especially with like the little brickwork. But I like this one over the base game one though.
So this one here, I would install. It does look good. I agree with you there. I do like how, it's certainly a lot different than what we're used to seeing in base game. $1,000, okay, fine. But 9 megabytes to install this for just a dog to wander around your farm that really doesn't do much outside of that. Meh.
Yeah, I can see that. Let's see here. The next one is going to be Farmhouses. This is by Krasik. It is 19.63 megabytes to download. So for the old house, you have a price tag of $40,000, and for the new house, you have a price tag of $80,000. And what's my favorite saying? You can't go inside of it.
So 20 megabytes to install is really high, again, for something you can't go into, but again, you can see the details and where it's coming through. Both versions of this, the old and the new, it looks really good. It looks really good, but it does have a very specific style to it that is going to be applicable to certain maps. And unfortunately, I don't think we have those maps out just yet. So it's one of those where this will eventually, you'll find a home somewhere, but not right now. And because of that, I wouldn't install it.
Right. So now we're going to move on to updates from Friday. So the first update is going to be Old Barn. This is from Patty, who also works with ICUS. So this is a 5.46 megabytes to download. It does have a price tag of $15,000. You have a daily upkeep of $1. But for the changelog 1.0.0.1, it says new textures, updated mod version, added new configuration, solar panels, and new night lights.
Nice looking shed.
Right?
Like I said, copy and paste everything for sheds, copy and paste.
Yeah, right.
And that's about it.
So the next update is going to be tree sampling pack. This is by Mac Trucker 921. You have is 3.67 megabytes to download. You have all different options for it. These can be lifted by hand, which is super nice. But the changelog is 1.0.0.1. Fix the decals that were not corresponding to the correct tree types.
So I absolutely love this pack. It's one of those for less than 4 megabytes to install. If doing trees, specifically if you're planting them, are your thing, then you can get a whole massive amount, 300 of them in one pallet, and just go off for days. Just plant into your heart's content. So yeah, absolutely love this one. I was glad to see this one come back, and I'm glad they got the fix to correct it.
Right. Next next update is gonna be Cowshed 3+3. This is by DMI 20mm Normandy. This is 10.49 megabytes to download. Just to let everyone know, it is a freestyle barn. It holds 200 cows. The price tag for it is $400,000. The daily upkeep is $300. But for the changelog 1.1.0.0, it's going to be fixed loading of buffalo milk, which I realized that about a lot of animal like cow barns that are mods. A lot of them don't do buffalo milk.
So,
So
wonder if that's an oversight or if that's a like on purpose. You know what I mean?
yeah, I have no idea, but I'm glad that got fixed.
Mm-hmm.
So your next one is going to be the 3 Stars Garage. This is by Icus. Great modder. This is 11.29 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $85,000. You have a daily upkeep of $10. But the changelog 1.0.0.1, fixed log errors, changed colorway, reduced clip distance, added solar panels configuration, and added automatic night lights.
Yep, everything I said before about sheds, plus this one's by Icus, so very nice looking model, nice customization options to it. Yeah, brilliant.
And it is a workshop too, which is super nice. So, let's see. Oh, yeah. And also from Friday, which got dropped super early, new brand. I would like to welcome iMac to the game. It's a iMac Grain Trailer CG 28 500. This is by iMac and ML Studio. This is 16.93 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $35,000. You have a power requirement of 160 horsepower, and you have a capacity of 28,500 liters. And it's a swivel axle.
So, looking back at what we were talking about earlier, the next closest thing is the Demco 850 single auger grain cart. That one is 68,500. This one here is 35,000, so about half the price, and almost the same capacities. The Demco is 30,000. This one is 28,500. So based on the amount of savings that you're going to take a small reduction, but absolutely worth it. And for less than 17 megabytes, it's a little bit high on it, but that is a good kind of price savings and would be worth the extra megabytes.
And I also want to state though that it looks fantastic. It's highly detailed too.
Yes, it does.
I also want to state too before for that J&M cart from K Series Modding. So you actually have two options. You either have the pipe option or you have the grain door, which is underneath.
Like almost like a belly dump.
Yep, which is nice. So your next one is going to be the iMac DF 2000. This is also by iMac and ML Studio. This is 6.17 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $13,000. You have a working width of 27 meters and a capacity of 2,000 liters. Now, when it does say up here, seed and fertilizer, it does not do seed, but it does do lime, and the lime does spread at 27 meters.
So this one here, about the closest comparable we have is the Amazon. Now this one does, like Will said, lime and fertilizer. The Amazon only does fertilizer. The Amazon is 25,000. This one is 13,000, so about half the price. So that's pretty good. But the Amazon spreads to 42 meters. This one only to 27 meters. So you're spending half the price, but you're getting almost half again the working with, plus the capacities. The Amazon's 3,200. This is 2,000. So you're kind of paying what you're getting out of this particular one, but less than 7 megabytes to install might be a good alternative for a kind of introductory lime and fertilizer spreader.
Right, 100%. I mean, the thing that got me was it does lime too. So,
yep.
Next one is going to be the iMac RC 2000. This is by iMac and ML Studio. This is 4.17 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $5,000. You have a power requirement of 80 horsepower. It does weigh 440 kg or kilograms, and the working width is 1.8 meters. Now, is what we call this in the States is a brush hog.
Brush hog, that's right. So this thing is itty bitty, 1.8 meter working width. The smallest base game equipment that we have is 3.1, and that's the front mower for the K brand GMD 3123. So there's really no good comparison to this, but The K brand is 60 horsepower. This is 80 horsepower. So you need more to run this for a smaller platform, but $5,000 for the mod here, 13,500 for the K brand base game. So you're getting a quite a decent savings, about half the price again for half the working width.
Right.
And less than 5 megabytes to install. I mean, all in all, not bad. If you're looking for something to work in a very small area, then this will be a good one to install. But if you're not looking to small farm or anything like that, then I would just say go with the K brand.
You know, I also think personally that we're going to be getting a map probably from ML Studio, because in the background of this one picture, it shows an iMac dealer on a map.
Oh, good eye.
Oh, potentially. I don't know. I'm not sure. So it does look fantastic, though. All three of these mods look fantastic, though.
Oh yeah, and when you got the manufacturer that's going with the mod maker themselves, then those tend to be very highly detailed and very kind of true to life kind of thing, because the company themselves are backing it. So they're gonna expect it to be, spot on.
All right. Here's your favorite ones, the Giants mods. All right. And so the first one is going to be the Kloss Tryon 750 720 pack. This is by Giant Software. This is 47.08 megabytes to download. So for the Kloss Tryon for the Harvester, you have a price tag of between 357,500 to 391,500. You do have power ranges between 367 to 435. Max speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and you have a capacity of 12,000 liters. That's total. And then the corn header that comes with it, which is the Kloss Choreo 875 FC, does have a price tag of $63,500. Working with the 6 meters, working speed is 10 kilometers per hour.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and blaze through all of these Giants mods right off the bat. For us console players, way too high a megabyte, way too high. Now, don't get me wrong, they're brilliant looking models. They're brilliant, just full sentence stop. 50 megabytes almost to install this one harvester. That is a lot of room. That's a lot of room. So it's one of those that going forward, more than likely, I would not install any of the Giants mods. So just kind of, putting that out there. But again, if it's a brand thing that you like, or if you want something that's really, highly detailed and really, really looks good, then you can't go wrong with Giants.
Right. 100%. Next one is going to be the Kloss Arion 600. This is also by Giant Software. This is 35.80 megabytes to download. You have a price tag between 158,000 and 188,000. You have a power between 145 and 205, and your max speed is 50 kilometers per hour.
Copy paste.
Absolutely love this tractor though.
And again, they're brilliant looking models. I cannot emphasize that enough. They're absolutely gorgeous in their looks. But again, 36 megabytes to install the tractor, almost 50 megabytes to install the harvester. Between those two right there, you're talking a map. You're talking the size of a map in just two mods.
Yeah. No, I got you. Let's see here. Next one's going to be the Valtra Q series, also by Giant Software. This is going to be 31.79 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $234,500 to $258,000. You have a horsepower range between 230 and 305, and you have a max working speed of 50 kilometers per hour.
Copy paste.
Does look good though.
Oh yeah.
The next one is going to be the Vervet. Hydro Trike 5x5. This is also by Giant Software. This is 32.73 megabytes to download. Your price tag is going to be $384,000. The power is 530 horsepower. Max speed is 40 kilometers per hour, and your capacity is 20,000 liters.
So I will add one other thing. Copy and paste, like I said before, but when precision farming becomes available, then this is more tempting to me.
Right.
In kind of the base game form, there's no real incentive to diversify your fertilizers because you can basically take care of the fertilization with one set of equipment. If you just use a fertilizer and lime spreader, then all you have to do is fertilize, lime, fertilize, and you're done. And you can use one set of equipment to do it all. So
Right.
I never really understood the kind of diversifying and using slurry spreaders, using manure spreaders, because you're just investing in something else in addition to. Now, yeah, the fertilizers that you can put into them, it can either be free or extremely cheap. I get it, but for me personally, just not worth adding in another set of equipment when I got one that can do it all.
Right. So your next one is going to be the Horsch Cura 24ST. This is by Giant Software. This is 35.17 megabytes to download. It is a weeder. The price tag is $85,000. The power requirement is 200 horsepower. Working with is 24.5 meters. Working speed is 12 kilometers per hour.
Copy paste. It's the size. It's always going to be the size. 35 megabytes, almost 36 to install this one, and it's a weeder.
Right.
Again, a brilliant looking weeder. It looks really sharp.
Oh yeah.
But it's a weeder. It's 36 megabytes to install. Not worth it for me.
Next one is going to be the Demco Series 2200. This is also by Giant Software. This is 26.67 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $189,500 and your capacity of 77.5 thousand liters. This is probably the smallest one today that we've seen for megabyte storage for Giants.
Yes, it is. Now I will say that. See, I'm trying to find a good comparable to this because it's 77,500. Looks like about the closest we've got. Okay, will be the Amity Crop Chaser 1000. That only holds 60,900 liters. This holds 77,500. The Amity is 160,000. This is 189,000. So you're paying more to get more at a really high megabyte. So again, not one I would install.
Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Kroger MUK 303. This is by Giant Software. This is 9.76 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $51,000. Capacity is 37,000 liters.
So about the closest comparable we have is the Crampy Ram Body AS750 Plus. Now again, this is less than 10 megabytes. It's somewhat decent for what you're getting there. The Crampy is 71,500 for 38,600 liters. This is 51,000 for 37 liters or 37,000 liters. So you're talking $20,000 cheaper for about 1,000 liters, 1,600 liters less storage capacity. And 10 megabytes, I would actually do this one. I would actually say, yes, give me this trailer.
Let's see here. The next one, which is actually the very first man mod so far, but this is the Man TGS 18.500 4x4. This is by JH Modding. This is 18.69 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $130,000. You have the power is 500 horsepower. Max speed is 90 kilometers per hour. The only thing you have is color configuration besides tires. But
So we kind of have a split on the comparables because for the 500 horsepower that you get for this mod, you are talking either the Max Superliner 6x4, which is $110,000, or the Volvo VNX 300 at $149,500. So this one kind of splits them between the two of them in price. So you're talking 130,000 compared to the 110 or the 149,000. That's not bad. And for less than 20 megabytes to install, again, not a bad price, not a bad install volume. Yeah, this one I'd go for.
I can tell you that Looney Farmer absolutely loves this truck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because so on his on his I'm trying to think of the word for it. It's the it's like the picture when you go to click on it for like the video. It literally says right in big captions, "Man, I love this truck." Let's see here.
So real quick before we move on, we got Ken saying, "But are those Giants mods going to be base game?" No. So these are just mods from Giants that you have to download separate from base.
Yep.
So yeah, that's why I'm kind of emphasizing on the high megabytes on these ones. Again, they're great models, they're highly detailed and all that, but because they are not part of base game, they take up storage capacity for us console players, and that's a huge deal. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of harping on the Giants models in particular, is because they are so high on the install. Ken also says, I can see Will T installing that Demco auger when Alma, Missouri comes to FS25.
Oh, I already have it installed, so all good.
All good.
All right, perfect. Let's see here. Next one is with a New Holland TX32. This is from base game from 19, and I believe from 22. This is by Puzzcap. It is 39.97 megabytes to download. So for the harvester itself, which is the TX32, you have a price tag of $55,000, a horsepower requirement of 155. You have a max speed of 25 kilometers per hour, and then you have the TX32 header, which is your grain header. You have a price tag of $20,000, working with a 4 meters. It's not 3. And you have the TX32 header trailer, which has a price tag of $1,500.
So 40 megabytes. 40. That's huge. That is absolutely huge for a incredibly small harvester. If we take a look at the kind of comparables that we have, where there we go. Probably going to be the Massey Ferguson 8570. This one comes in at 55,000, so it's half the price. Half the price right there. It's got 155 horsepower compared to the Massey has 250, so the Massey's bigger. It doesn't tell you the capacity. I think it's 8,000 liters, if I'm not mistaken.
It's either 8,000.
For the
it's either 8,000.
for the New Holland.
It's either 8,000 or 10,000. I believe it's 8,000 though.
I think it's 8, and that would put it right in line with the Massey at 8,000. So it's one of those. This one's really tough because it's 40 megabytes to install. That's huge. That's a huge, but it's a good looking model. It's very highly detailed, and you can see where that 40 megabytes went. The modder did a very good job.
Oh yeah.
Now, what makes it so difficult for me to just, kind of dismiss this mod is that you're talking half the price. Half the price. This is a perfect example of a new farmer mode.
Oh yeah.
Being able to go into it. And again, if you do a lease on the Massey, you're talking $5,000. If you're cutting that in half, you're going down to 2,500. I mean, oh man, this one is going to be kind of a dealer's choice kind of thing. Is it going to be, something that you are wanting to take up that 40 megabytes worth of space? Again, it's really high up there. But
Right.
this one's tough. This one's really, really tough.
Now, if you're a big New Holland fan and you like older style equipment, this is definitely for you.
For sure.
Let's see here. New Holland, though. What? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I absolutely love this next mod. I just want to say I sent this to you, and I sent you the downloadable megabyte for it, and you're like, pass. So
Hard.
So this is the Cresoni CRX series. This is by SMI Modding Team, which everything they do is so highly detailed. This is 91.67 megabytes to download.
So I just got all up in arms over 40 megabytes. This one is double that and then some. 92 megabytes to install. That is a forestry map. That is a forestry map. So hard pass right off the bat at almost 92 megabytes to install. Now, all that being said, these are absolutely brilliant looking models. Very, very beautiful looking mods. But they're headers. At the end of the day, they're headers, and I cannot bring myself to install a map's worth of data for headers.
Right.
But again, they look like they have awesome folding animations, and I mean, you can kind of see it here on this screenshot here, how they kind of just stack one on top of the other, kind of thing. Like, again, it's a brilliant looking mod, brilliant models, and if this is up your alley, more power to you. For me personally, I'll go and install the map.
Right. Let's see here. So the next one. Okay, I gotta put this up here. So this is gonna be the Rotney H21D Steep Slope Pack. This is by HR Forest. It's 52.72 megabytes to download. This comes with 2 different harvesters, and it comes with a winch part in the back that attaches to it.
So this one, I really like. I really like this one. I liked this one when it came out for FS22, and I'm glad to see that it's back here for 25. Now, all that being said, 53 megabytes to install. That's a lot. That's a lot, especially for something that we already have, or no, we don't actually have a base game. I thought we did. Maybe that's why it's so high. So we don't actually have a Rotna version for our harvesters in forestry. So the reason I like it so much is that, one, it keeps you stable going on steeper hills. And there are certain maps out there that this will be absolutely brilliant for. And that winching system that hooks up to the back of it, I think is just awesome. I think that's a brilliant idea, just to offer you the ability to be able to go on these really, really steep slopes and not have to worry about having to sit there and tweaking the gas and doing all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely love it. I think that it's not worth the megabytes. I would love to see that crane or that winch be available for kind of every single harvester. That would be brilliant, and be by itself. If that was the case, then I'd be a happy camper with this.
No, I definitely agree. No, I mean, I don't do forestry, so no, of course I didn't install it. But I mean, I do have to agree with BDD. A lot of console players, because I also play on console as well besides PC. But you gotta be very mindful, especially if you're on console. So, I mean, I'm already at, what was it, like 53%. But to be fair, though, I have 2 big maps installed. I have Comston Farm. I'm just gonna keep calling it that. And Plague Me. So, or Pelene, I should say. The both are very big on the downloadable size for those maps. So,
For sure.
so the next one is going to be the Kelsa Forestry Pack. This is also by HR Forest. This is 29.08 megabytes to download. There's several different things in this.
So this one I actually did install originally. For 30 megabytes, this is a little rich for me, but there's one specific piece of equipment in this that I really, really wanted to get my hands on. And it was specifically the harvester, the 3-point attaching harvester. But then I uninstalled it. The reason I uninstalled it is because it says in the description, um, do, 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 where is it? Where is it? Oh, simplify crane controls with tree detection. I could not get the tree detection to work. And if I'm going to use one of these kind of harvesters, I want the tree detection to work.
Right.
I absolutely love it because it just makes it that much easier and simpler. And when I couldn't get it to work, I immediately uninstalled it. I would have been fine with the 30 megabytes to install for this one specific mod had the tree detection worked.
Right.
And what I like about it so much is that it's 45,000 for that specific header or 3-point link harvester compared to base game that style of harvester, the Komatsu, a 951 is $450,000. So you're going either 450,000 or getting a piece of machinery that does the same exact thing with your trees for 50. I'm
Right.
going to save the $400,000.
Yeah. Right. Well, plus it also has like that little screen that you can actually put inside your tractor, so you want to do everything in cab, you can see it. So
Exactly.
let's see here. Now, the next one is going to be the Meprazet PN 240 Maxi 3 Plus by JMZ. This is 14.56 megabytes to download. You do have a price range between $61,900 to $65,900, working with a 12 meters. You have a capacity of 24,000 liters and a horsepower requirement of 240. So now there is two different options. So you actually have a spreader point and a 3-point. So you have a spreader and a 3-point.
So this one, pretty much all the slurry tankers by JMZ, I installed on my system.
Yes.
They're really reasonable for the install space. This one's less than 15 megabytes, but the kind of trump cards that it has, they tend to be cheaper than base game and their comparables. They have similar working widths and they have similar or more capacities. So, yeah, it's one of those where this one again, this is one I installed for those slurry for those various reasons. And again, the reason why I installed pretty much every one of the slurry tanks from JMZ is because again, it's comparables are these are much better compared to the comparables.
Right. 100%. Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Meprazet PN 180 2W Plus. This is also by JMZ. This is 20.31 megabytes to download. You have a price range between 48,300 and 50,200. You have working with a 14 meters. You have a capacity of 18,000 liters and a power requirement of 180.
Copy and paste.
Yeah, he does make some really good models. So, the next one's going to be the Meprazet PN 160. This is also by JMZ. This is 21.92 megabytes to download. You have a price range between $44,500 to $49,800. You do have a working with a 14 meters, capacity of 16,000 liters, and a power requirement of 160. And I already know what you're going to say, copy and paste.
Mm-hmm.
So, the next one is going to be the Romaco U436 4 meter slash 4.5 meter pack, also by JMZ. This is 51.81 megabytes to download. There's several different. So basically, you have a 4 meter and a 4.5 meter, 4 meter, 4.5 meter of 3-point and trailed.
So 52 megabytes to install this. That's a lot. If these were all kind of broken out and separated as, their own distinct mods, I would love this. To install 52 megabytes worth of space for cultivators, not worth it in my opinion. It's just not worth it.
Now I do know that he wanted to bring them separately, but Giants specifically asked him to put those in a pack. So
Oh yeah, no, and here's the thing: is I don't blame the modder whatsoever when it comes to making packs and all that stuff because Giants is encouraging them to do so. So it's just one of those where it's just kind of a bad situation for us as console players, and because I personally won't be able to enjoy this. Um, because again, 52 megabytes to install, and you have 4 separate cultivators. Just it's not worth the price.
right.
Now I will say, generally, when you compare JMZs, again, think back to the slurry stuff. When you compare the comparables, they tend to be cheaper. They tend to be either bigger or just as big compared to the comparables. I mean, yeah, all in all, they tend to outperform the base game stuff. So if you don't mind 52 megabytes, then that's fine. But it's one of those that I just not. I'll spend a little bit extra not to have 52 megabytes freed up.
Right.
Will, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, no, I was trying something.
Ah,
Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Lizard SNCP. This is we're at SNCP 108. This is by Ma- Myoto Modding. It is 14.30 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $75,000. You have a working width of 10.4 meters. You have a horsepower requirement of 300. Now, this is nice because this basically acts as a subsoiler.
okay.
Yeah, because
So,
it plows in the front and cultivates in the back.
oh, very nice. So it takes care of the plowed state for you.
Yes.
Oh, see. So I was already going to sing this thing's praises just based on the kind of below portion of all that. So when you're looking at the comparables, because this is under the Disc Hero category, I was looking at the FarmTech Softer 11PS. This is 75,000 base price. The FarmTech is 95,000. So you're talking $20,000 cheaper. The working width on the mod here is 10.4. The Farm Tech is 10.5, so it's zero point 0.1 meter smaller than the Farm Tech. 300 horsepower requirement for the mod versus 330 for the Farm Tech. So you have less horsepower required. You have slightly smaller by a minuscule amount and $20,000 cheaper. Now you throw in that it has a plowed state, a plowing feature and a cultivating feature to it. Yeah, this thing absolutely is an absolute grab. For 15 megabytes to install, install it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's see here. All right, so the next one is going to be the Grimmy FT300 and Rootster 604. This is by Landmensch. It's 41.58 megabytes to download. So basically, so you have the harvester itself, which is going to be has a price tag of $98,500, has a required power of 185. Working with is 3 meters. Working speed is 10 kilometers per hour. You have a capacity of 6,000 liters to 7,000 liters. Then you could do sugar beet and beetroot. And then you have the FT300, which is the harvester header, so it's the topper. You have a price tag of $20,500. Required power is 85. Working width of 3 meters and working speed of 15 kilometers per hour.
So this particular mod, for 42 megabytes to install, Again, this is one's going to be a little difficult for me because again, it's a high installation, but and it's the pretty big but. Our base game comparable is the Amity 2720 Harvester Shrub. Again, does sugar beets and red beets.
Right.
The Harvester itself is 175,500. This is 98,500. So you're talking almost $100,000 cheaper for this particular set of equipment. The capacities. The Amity is 6.5. I'm sorry, 6,500 liters. This is 6,000 and 7,000 liters. So there's two separate capacities, but again, kind of right in the middle of the two.
Right.
For again, almost $100,000 cheaper. Power requirements. The Amity is 280. This is 185. So again, it's cheaper, almost the same capacity, and less horsepower.
Right.
So that's a win-win-win right there. Then you talk about the front mower. The front mower for the Amity is 6 meters. This is 3 meters. So that's a pretty big reduction right there. That's half the working width. Now, all that being said, $20,000 for the Grimmy. The Amity is 97,000, so it's significantly cheaper. It's a much better option for those people who are wanting to kind of get into beetroots or get into red beets or into sugar beets. And yeah, for 42 megabytes, this is one of those that's really, really tough because you're saving so much.
Right. Just probably one quick second. I'm just rearranging something real quick.
Okay. While Will is doing that, let me catch up with my chat real quick. So we've got, let's see, looks like, let me refresh real quick and go here. All right, chat. How's it going, chat? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, any word on Lizard's Colossus Harvester? I actually saw a stream last night from Driver 53, and he was in there testing the Colossus while on his stream. I think it's kind of early access is what he had. I'm not 100% certain, but it looks pretty much done. I could be wrong about that. I'm not speaking for the modder in any way, shape, or form, but it looked really good. He had it all kind of decked out and tricked out. If you want, go ahead and check out Driver's stream from last night. I caught it right there at the very, very end when he was sitting there and basically running this thing over jumps and stuff. Yeah, looks good, and hopefully isn't going to be too much further down the road for us. Ken says that header that folds correct. I love that header. No header trailer required. No, and again, that's the great thing is it does fold up nice and compact, so you can just leave it attached at any point in turn. You don't have to have a header trailer for it. It's brilliant. But again, 92 megabytes. 92.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Hey, you can hear
That's
me
a lot.
okay, right?
I can, but it sounds like you're at a distance.
Oh. Yeah, I try to pull my comfy chair over to see if that would work a little bit better. I mean, because the other chair that I have is, it feels like you're sitting on a rock if you sit in it a long time.
Gotcha.
How's that?
That's better. Yep.
Okay. So we got the Chrome Swadro 900. This is by Wolfx Modding, aka White Bull Modding. It is 9.78 megabytes to download. Has a price tag of $25,700. Has a max working speed of 20 kilometers an hour. Required power is 55. Working width is 9 meters.
So, looking at the kind of comparables here, looking at windrowers, the closest comparable we have would probably be the Samaz Z2 840H. So the Krone here is 25,700. The Samaz is 19,500. Let me just double check. 9 point. Yeah, yeah. About the Samaz is about the closest one we got. So again, this base game is cheaper. The power requirements, the Samaz needs 80 horsepower. This only needs 55 horsepower, so you get a little bit power relief. The Samaz is 8.4. This is 9. So that's a little bit better. So this one's gonna kind of be a push for me. You're gonna spend more, but you're gonna get a little bit wider working with. Not much, but a little bit. And 10 megabytes to install. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of a push for me. I don't have a strong opinion on this one either way. But it does look good, and this is from formerly known as White Bull Modding. So yeah, looks good.
All right, I'm back. All right, I saw just pull my other chair over. All right. So, no, because I'm waiting for that day I can get a new chair. Great. All right, let's see here. So, I mean, I have this one installed. I mean, I like it.
Oh yeah, and like I said, for those, everything I'm saying is just from a kind of perspective of a standard kind of console player, and it's not to be a kind of push in any direction. I'm just saying these are things that I look for because of my gaming situation. It's one of those that if you have a brand loyalty and you want to install it, great. If you think that I'm wrong, also great. It's completely up to the person who is playing the game.
Right.
Like I said, I'm just kind of giving my 2 cents and my kind of analysis as to what I would look for when and if I install a mod.
No, I got you. So here, the next one is going to be the Robert Bell Fork Pack. This is by ETA La Monsieur. I think that's how you pronounce it. This is 35.27 megabytes to download, and you got several different things in here to choose from. Highly
Oh
detailed.
yeah, very highly detailed. Yeah, Robert is a really good brand. Just the looks wise, very highly detailed and a lot of different stuff in this pack. Now, because of that, though, you're talking almost 36 megabytes to install. That's a lot. But again, highly detailed, so I can see where that megabyte's coming from. Um, but yeah, you get one, two, three, four, five, six, seven different pieces of equipment. Um, Now, what I would love to know, because they specifically say capacities on this, I would love to know if these are auto load.
No.
They are not. Okay. So because they're not auto load, for me personally, I'm not a brand loyalist or anything like that when it comes to this. I would go ahead and pass on this just because of the megabyte size.
Now, the other thing too to take into effect is like these like the tall ones. Like in the very first screenshot, you see like the ones on the telly, like the tall ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you see the one on the left side, you got prongs, like forks on the bottom. The other one you don't. So for each one, so you have the 110, 180, and the 290. I believe it's for that one. For those, you have both options, so you can choose. So you got one mod that's for that, and then the next one has like the support forks. And then the next mod, so you got two. So you got like I think it's like six total, and then you got some other ones in there as well. But also, the other big thing about this, which I like, is it's for everything. So you can use it on your front loader, skid steer, wheel loader, telehandler. So that's what I personally like about it.
Oh yeah, and like I said, they look brilliant. Very highly detailed. It looks like a brilliant mod. Just again, for a console player, it's not one that I would invest the megabytes for.
I gotcha. The next one is going to be the Mamut equipment pack. This is by Agri Design Austria, or ADA. This is 11.07 megabytes to download, and there's a couple different ones in here. Now there is one. Um, oh yeah, so it's like the one with like has the forks and the grab. So it looks like a gigantic clamp. You can actually unload a bale. So if you like clamp into a bale and you go in, you can actually unload it. So you like chop it up basically.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool. So it works as kind of like a cutter
Yeah.
almost.
Yep.
Oh, nice. So less than 12 megabytes to install, and it has a little trump card like that to where you can actually slice and dice a bale using it. Um, I like that. I would actually, I would have installed this just based off of the simple fact is the megabytes was, relatively cheap. The prices weren't that expensive or anything like that. And if you're looking for tools, this would be kind of a good fit. But yeah, throw into account that it also has that trump card, then I would absolutely. Oh yeah, and you can see it right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it's unloading it right into the pen there. So
Yep.
yeah, no, that being considered, yeah, I'd install this.
Yeah. Right. Plus, I mean, me personally, I mean, I would install it just because of Memut. It just sounds so awesome. The next one is going to be ALO. I think it's pronounced it ALO front loader tools. This is by PXLR. This is 10.24 megabytes to download, and there is a bunch, all different kinds of things in here. So
Oh yeah. So pretty much the same as what I said about the previous one. Not too bad on the install. Less than 11 megabytes to install, and it comes with a whole bunch of different like pallet forks and buckets and all sorts of different stuff. Yeah, I would install this.
the next one is going to be the Strotman GS1750. This is by ADA or Agri Design Austria. It is 2.35 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $1,800. You have a weight of 474 kilograms, and it can hold 960 liters.
So less than 3 megabytes to install and less than 2,000 to buy. Yeah, good model, good looking. Yeah, I'd install this.
Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Brussels and Lade B11 bale fork. This is by Rick Black Labelle TWD modding. This is 1.05 megabytes to download, and you have a price tag of $680.
Less than 2 megabytes to install, less than 1,000 to buy. Front loaders and telehandlers. Yeah, this if you're looking for a pallet fork and you're not satisfied with base game kind of stuff, go with this.
Right.
I'd do it.
Exactly. Next one is going to be the Flegel Bale Transport Cross. This is also by Rick Black Labelle TW modding. This is 0.85 megabytes to download, and it costs $200 price tag.
So 3-point link, bale spike, less than a megabyte to install, $200. Yeah, again, I would install this one.
So next one is going to be the Lizard Weight Pack. This is by 30% Drooding Team. I think that's how you pronounce it. So it's 4.30 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $150, capacity of 500 liters because you could add water to it to one of the versions. And you can either get it to weigh 600 kilograms or 100 kilograms.
So this one is a weight, and copy and paste what I would say about a weight for this one with a party trick. So the fact that you can, put in a capacity to it, that's nice. Definitely has a good look to it. I always like these kind of makeshift kind of kind of looking things around a farm. Like you would see these kind of things on like some old school farmer who's like, you know what, I just need something to do the job, kind of thing.
Right.
And they just went ahead and tinkered around. They slapped a whole bunch of parts together and like, okay, this is good enough.
Right. So next one's gonna be farm buildings with dark wood. This is by I think it's supposed to be Cal, but it's KA77E. You have a downloadable size of 14.37 megabytes to download. So you have a small open shelter, which you have a price tag between $30,000 and $50,000. The daily upkeep is $25 a day. But it does say configuration solar panels, and right underneath that it says earning $75, $75 per hour. And then you have large machine haul, which you have a price tag between $70,000 and $150,000. Daily upkeep, $50 a day. Configuration solar panels, earning $250 an hour. And then you have the dairy cow stable, up to 50 cows plus, because you can expand the pasture. So you have a price tag between $150,000 to $200,000. A daily upkeep of $80 a day. Configuration solar panels, and special feature battle trigger for straw bales, and earning $200 per hour.
So this one here, pretty much copy and paste what I said about the sheds, plus add a cow barn. It looks brilliant. Looks absolutely brilliant. It's got a nice little dark look to it, which I really like and appreciate. Yeah, all in all, I think this is a really good mod for less than 15 megabytes to install. You get 3 separate styles of sheds, all relatively reasonably priced. You got the most expensive version of 150,000 for the actual sheds themselves, and the most expensive version of the cow barn, $200,000. So, not not breaking the bank in any way, shape, or form, whether it's to download or to actually purchase. So yeah, I like this one. I would install it.
Right. Let's see here. The next one is Foil Tunnel. This is by Michael LS. This is 1.77 megabytes to download. So your input is going to be water for 25,000 liters. Of course, you got all your outputs, and your price tag is going to be $5,000, and your daily upkeep is going to be $50 a day.
So less than 2 megabytes to install, 5,000 to buy. Yeah, this is a good one. Absolutely a good one. And it's got a nice, unique look to it. I love the kind of foil tunnel look that it has. Yeah, I'd install this. Absolutely.
Next one is going to be the Old Polish Garage by Scenic. This is going to be 8.46 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $17,500, and you have a daily upkeep of $15.
So again, pretty much copy and paste everything I said about the sheds before. Less than 9 megabytes to install, 17,500 to purchase. It's a bit expensive for what you're getting. You're basically getting single space storage for a tractor at best for this, but it is extremely highly detailed. Nice little brick and mortar work there. But really, outside of that, I don't know if I'd install this one, simply because 9 megabytes for a single kind of storage for a single smaller tractor, not really worth it for me personally. But if you're playing on a Polish map or looking for that kind of Polish aesthetic, then yeah, this would be one for you.
Right. 100%. Now this next one I like. This is the 5-bay cowshed. This is by Solly. This is 14.80 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $62,500. You have a daily upkeep of $20. You have a capacity of 35 cows. And it is 26.7 meters by 11.1 meters. The height is 6.7 meters.
So less than 15 megabytes to install and 62,500 to purchase. Not a bad price. We were to take a look at some of the comparables here for our cows. What was it? About 35 cows to put in. So, okay, here we go. So the cow barn is 85,000 to purchase. This is 62,500. So it's cheaper, the same capacity. Yeah, and it's a nice looking model to boot. So I would definitely install this.
Now, the nice thing about this mod right here is that you either have to open up from the. So if you look at the first screenshot here, though, so you can see the door on the right side, like on the back.
Mm-hmm.
If you go right through that door, because you can open it, if you go right through that door, there's like a fence back there. For the exact same for the front right side, you can actually open both sides. So the back one opens up towards the door, so you actually can drive a skid steer in. And then the other one opens up, coming outwards a little bit, because you actually have to muck the manure out.
Oh, nice.
So
I always like those pens that have the manure heap all kind of built in.
yeah, it's less slots you got to deal with.
Yep.
Next one, I like this one too. This is the slatted cow shed. This is also by Sully. This is 14.88 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $100,000. You have a daily upkeep of $55 a day. It is 36 meters by 13.5 meters. The capacity is 150 cows. So, and it's the exact same thing. You actually have to go in there and muck the manure out yourself, which I absolutely love.
So basically, copy and paste everything I said before. If we're looking at the next closest comparable, we have the Cow Barn Large. That one is 170,000. This is 100,000, so it's about $70,000 cheaper. But the base game one only holds 99 cows. This holds 150 cows. You're talking almost 51 extra cows for your farm, or at least the capacity for that. Not a bad install at less than 15, and you get to rake out the manure from inside the shed. So again, that's awesome. I love that.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you can change the color too. It looks fantastic in red. Next one is going to be Finish Shed Pack. This is by Luxu. This is 12.75 megabytes to download. The price tag is $30,000. You have a daily upkeep of $20 a day.
So 13 megabytes to install. It's a bit pricey for a couple of sheds. But 30,000 to install, that's not a bad price. So again, this is one of those that's kind of a push for me. Simply because it's a nice looking model, so it definitely has its place. But 13 megabytes, $30,000, it's kind of a wash. So I have no strong opinion either way on it.
Right. I feel that one. Next one's going to be Machine Hall. This is by TWF Team Hunter. Hunter. I don't know. I'm sorry if I butchered that. The down is 8.63 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $95,000. You have a daily upkeep of $35.
So for less than 9 megabytes to install, copy and paste everything I said about a shed. $95,000 to purchase though is kind of expensive, but I mean you are getting a pretty large 4-bay building. I mean, again, kind of a push. Not that bad install size, but kind of a high purchasing price. So, kind of one of those. It's going to be up to the individual at the end of the day. And again, no real strong opinion on this one. It does look really good though.
Right. So your next one is going to be the vertical axis wind turbines. This is by 2-Bit Modding. This is 40.37 megabytes to download. I mean, you have all different ones with different prices and different upkeeps. Now, my favorite one is the third screenshot in with like the it kind of looks like a rose spinning. That's kind
Yeah, the little corkscrew.
of, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this one it's boiling down to the megabytes. 41 megabytes to install. That is a lot, and you're getting one, two, three, four, five separate mods in this pack. Just it's not worth it for me for that size of file, and you do get a good range of different turbines that you can engage with. But at the end of the day, I just can't. I just can't for that price.
Now I do want you to know that the very last screenshot, which is the biggest one, biggest turbine, um, the uh, the cables that come down, the support cables, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those have collisions on them. So just let everyone aware.
Oh,
Yeah, I
I can
found
see getting in trouble with that one.
I found that one out the hard way. Let's see. Next one is gonna be Waterhouse. This is by LS Factory Mods. This is 4.86 megabytes to download. This is free water, which is nice. You have a price tag of $11,000 and a daily upkeep of $5.
11 grand to buy, less than 5 megabytes to install. It's a good model. Nice little decorations on the side and whatnot, and free water. Yeah, I'd install this.
All right, now we're moving on to the next one. So the next one's gonna be the Roland Ampriel pack. This is by USM or Universe Simu Modding. This is going to be 19.49 megabytes to download. And you got 3 different tippers plus the back part itself, the trailer.
So for less than 20 megabytes to install, you have the kind of hook lift system for the base price of $71,850. That's quite expensive for a hook lift trailer. And then you basically get 3 different styles of tipping bodies. So if this was a more kind of all-inclusive system, where it had the various kinds of slurry spreaders and manure spreaders and mixing wagons, like we've had the hook lift system in previous years, and they were very much like including a whole bunch of other different stuff besides just the tipper trailers. Yeah, this one I just, because of its lack of additional attachments. Now that this might change, there might be more stuff coming down the pipe and I'm just not aware of. But just this with 3 tipper trailers in different capacities, not something I'd be interested in.
Which, if you take a look at this closely, yeah. So you said for the change, for like the changing system itself, right? So the price tag is $71,850. Now, for the Roland Industrial Container, that's $5,000, and the capacity is 45,000 liters. Then you have the Roll Rocks 7100 container. You have a price tag of $10,000, so it's $5,000 more and the capacity is 15,000 liters. And then you have the Turbo Classic container. Price tag is $7,500. Capacity is 36,000 liters. You're just better off going for the industrial container.
Well, and if you're kind of looking at this as kind of a like trying to make it apples to apple comparison, just looking at the industrial container, yeah, it's only $5,000 to purchase, but you have to purchase the hook lift system for $71,850. So all in, you're at $76,850. The closest comparable I see is the Crampy Ram Body AS750 Plus at $71,500. So it's cheaper to start out with, but you start out with a 38,600 liter capacity. So it's a little bit cheaper and it's a little bit less. We go up to like the Krone, which is the next big one, or the next one comparable. GX520 is 132,500, but it's 52,000 liters of capacity. So it's one of those like, you're really not saving anything by getting this. You're not really getting anything other than the system. Now again, If other stuff comes out that it'll work with and kind of connect to, then it might be worth it to kind of get this as a base and then have the entire system. But right now, as it's just as it stands, I don't think it's worth it.
Well, I meant between like the three containers, it's themselves. Like you might as well spend a
Oh
couple
yeah,
grand.
yeah, yeah.
The next one is going to be the Crampy Big Body 750 2024. This is by, I think it's supposed to be pronounced Ben, but it's B3N. It's 15.11 megabytes to download. The price tag is $30,750, and that's from. So it would go up from there. You have a capacity between 25,300 liters to 38,500 liters.
So less than 16 megabytes to install. If we look at the next closest comparable would be the Flegel ASW 271. This mod base price is 30,750. The Flegel $52,000. So it's significantly cheaper, about 20 grand cheaper. The base capacity 25,300 versus the Flegel's 26,000. It's again not that much smaller. You're talking 700 liters and you're saving 20 grand, almost 22 grand
Yeah.
for the comparables. All in all, 16 megabytes to install, and you're saving price, and you're getting about the same capacity. I say go with the Crampy here. I'd say install this.
Right. Now, we all know me being a John Deere fan. I installed this one right away. This is the John Deere 915V Ripper. This is by LR Modding. Congratulations, LR Modding, for your very first mod on the Mod Hub for FS25. This is 9.20 megabytes to download. The price tag is $59,081. The required horsepower is 550. Working with is 8 meters, and the working speed is 15 kilometers per hour.
So this is under the plows section, so I'm going to be looking at the closest comparable. And base game, we really don't have a good comparable, but we do have the Kverneland PW112. The base price of that is $75,000. This is $59,081. So again, the Ripper here, the John Deere, is a lot better, about 20 grand cheaper. Oh, about 10 grand cheaper. 15. Less than 10 megabytes to install. The power requirement, though, that's really concerning. 550 horsepower compared to the Kverneland's 360. That's a big power band right there. You're talking the 9R series, the Steiger series. Like you're really needing the power in order to tow this thing around. Now, 8 meters. It's 8 meters wide compared to the Kverneland 6 meters. You know, all in all, I would not install this because, again, you need a massive set of equipment to lug this around with. And we've got the things like the Lizard MT series. We also have the Lizard 6M series. For 8,000, you can have the Lizard 6M, or the MT series starts at 17,000. You get cheaper, and you get, in some cases, bigger. The 12 MT is $21,000 all in, and that's 12 meters versus 8 meters, and you're saving about 30 grand, 40 grand. So I would say that would be one that I would install.
Oh, come on, man. You you don't like it because it's John Deere.
No, I'm taking my biases out of it.
Just messing with you. The next one is going to be the KUHN Prolander 6000. This is by Hans. This is 13.47 megabytes to download. The price tag is $48,086. You have a working width of 6 meters. The horsepower required is 220, and the max working speed is 15 kilometers per hour.
So looking at the comparables, we have the Pontinger Terrier 6040. Now, this one the mod starts at 48,086. This one at 54,000. So the mod is cheaper. 6 meters versus 6 meters. Okay, so that's a push. And then lastly, horsepower requirements. The Poniger requires 300, the K brand requires 220. So for less than 14 megabytes to install, you are seeing significant benefits in lower horsepower, same working width, and cheaper in price. For 14 megabytes, yeah, I would install this.
Right.
Now, just real quick before we get
Yeah.
going on to the next one here, let me catch up with the chat just real quick. We got where did I leave off? Okay. Ken says that's a header that nope, I read that already. Uh, hmm. I'm just gonna read it as Osama says, "Yo, brother, I know this has nothing to do with what you're talking about, but me and Buddy have been trying to figure out for days. Uh, in Mason County FS22, do you remember where to get the Air for car productions?" I'm sorry, Osama, I have no idea off the top of my head. It's been quite some time since I've been on FS22, let alone been on Mason County, so I do apologize, but I am no help to you on that one. And that is it.
It's kind of sad. Yeah, there was a young girl who lives in Alden, about 12 minutes from where I lived in Corfu, that just died of the flu. Young little girl.
Oh, wow.
Sad. My mom sent it to me. Next one is going to be the Amazon Catros 6002. This is by Lamy. This is going to be 8.75 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $31,000. You have a required horsepower of 180. The working width is 6 meters and working speed of 17 kilometers per hour.
All right, so take everything I said about the previous cultivator and apply it to this, but then some. Now, less than 9 megabytes, so it's smaller than the previous one that we went over, the K brand one. This price-wise, 31,000 versus the Poniger. Again, it's the same working width, so this is the comparable, $54,000. So you're saving 20 plus $1,000 by installing this. Horsepower requirements, 300 for the Poniger, 180 for the Amazon. Yeah, so much bigger power cut, much better pricing cut, and file size not too shabby for the same exact working with. This one is a definitely install.
I mean, I personally like trailed things, not really 3-point linkage. That's just me personally, though.
Oh yeah, and again, everything I keep saying is, subject to change based on preferences. But again, if we're just looking for like comparables and stuff like that, and looking at the kind of perspective of consoles, then yeah, this one I would definitely install.
Yeah, I mean, and the best thing about mods is not everyone is going to have the exact same opinion about every single mod, and I know, and it gives people different options and different ways to play. Everyone plays differently, which is super nice, and that's why I like having mods.
Exactly.
Next one is going to be the Gornick Grantor 280. This is by WolfX Modding, aka Wipe Modding. It's 6.12 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $5,000. You have a required horsepower of 35 and a working width of 2.80 meters. Basically 2.
So the closest comparable for this one is the Nooch, Naki, Noki, Nuki. I don't.
No
Eco
shovels.
Cultivator 300. That is base price is $16,000. This is $5,000. So about threefold cheaper than the base game. 35 horsepower is required for the WolfX modding mod, and the base game requires 110. So you're talking again a more than 3x reduction. And then working with is about just 0.2 meters smaller than the base game. So less than 7 megabytes to install. Yeah, I'd install this one. Absolutely.
The next one is going to be Floodlight Trailer. This is by ETA La Monsieur. Love that name. Uh,
La Monsieur.
la monsieur. Yo, if you think about it, yo, what's your ETA, la monsieur? uh, I'm sorry, I had to, but uh, let's see. It's a 2.82 megabyte download size. You have a price tag of $8,700. I mean, I personally like this.
So yeah, this is absolutely a brilliant mod. This is nothing I can compare it to because it's kind of a unique kind of situation here. But for 3 megabytes to install, and you can have kind of a stationary floodlight for less than 9 grand. Yeah, I think this is brilliant. It's definitely going to have its very specific use cases, but yeah, it's nice. It's a nice little mod.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what I would love to have seen is a kind of multi-purposed thing for this because it's essentially working as a generator to power the lights. We've got something very similar in FS22 where it was a kind of standalone generator that actually had a PTO driven to it. Um, would love to have seen, that kind of additional kind of thing, but that's just kind of me. But outside of my preferences, brilliant mod. I really, really like this one.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Let's see here. The next one is going to be a Shortwood Trailer Pack. This is by Manti Banani. I think that's how you pronounce it. This is 38.64 megabytes to download. You have a price, so for the semi trailer, you have a price tag of $75,000. And for the 5-axle, or the swivel axle, it's going to be a price tag of $85,000.
So we really don't have any good comparables based game. About the closest we got is the Pitts LT48L. Now, for nearly 39 megabytes to install, that's a really high price for a couple of trailers. Now, there is what appears to be. Actually, no, I take that back. Um, so the one version, the pits I was talking about, is pretty much comparable to the semi trailer. 75,000 to purchase the mod versus 26,000 to purchase the in-game one. That right there is a pretty huge difference. Now I will say that the pits is made for very long logs, basically 12 meters or longer. This one looks like it's made for, kind of the shorter logs, 6 meters and the like. So it's one of those that maybe if you're looking for something that's going to specifically handle smaller logs, but can handle big ones as well, then yeah, go with that one. Now, again, for 26,000 versus 75, I'm gonna just risk it and go with the 26,000 personally, especially for almost 40 megabytes to install. And then the fifth axle version of the same mod, meh. Again, not really something that I would much deal with because you can buy a dolly for pretty cheap.
Yeah.
So 40 megabytes just isn't worth it for me.
Hard pass for me.
Yep.
Next one is going to be the Lizard Coupler Triangles. This is by ADA or Agri Design Austria. This is 2.29 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $500. You have a weight of 200 kilograms. That's for the first one. For the fast coupler, now for the Lizard Tractor Triangle, you have a weight of 250 kilograms and a price tag of $350.
So for me personally, I would do a hard pass on this one. Just never really liked the whole triangle coupler per se, but it is what it is. If it's up your alley, then hey, more power to you. Less than 3 megabytes to install, 350 or $500 to buy. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not gonna, take too strong of a stance either way, but not one that I would install.
Right. Let's see. Your next one is going to be Farm Silo Package. This is by DMI 20mm Normandy. This is going to be 3.34 megabytes to download. So you have Silo 1, fill type, seed, fertilizer, mineral feed. Capacity is 27,300 liters. Price tag is $16,000. You have a daily upkeep of $10. And then you have Silo 2, which is seeds and mineral feed only. Capacity 27,300 liters. Uh, Price tag of $16,000. Daily upkeep $10 a day. And then Silo 3 is seeds and mineral feed only. Capacity is 54,300 liters. Price tag of $25,000 and a daily upkeep of $10 a day.
So for less than 4 MB to install, you get the various silos that will hold their very specific very specific types of inputs to put in. All in all, they look good. They look like they would have kind of a very specific style to them. Again, it's by DMI, so they tend to deal with kind of the European kind of styling to them. So if it fits your farm, then great. If not, then also great as well. Uh, I mean, for the size of them for 4 MB, that's not really that bad.
No.
And really, it doesn't stand out too bad to where it would look terrible on another style of map. So, I guess all that being said, I would install this one.
I mean, I would definitely get that if I was like on Pelene.
Yeah.
Next one is going to be the Logistics Center. This is by Joga Dim. I think that's how you pronounce it. It is 0.12 megabytes to download. Your storage capacity is 4 million liters. Your price tag of $150,000. Daily upkeep of $10.
So this one, I absolutely love this mod. Even though it's absolutely massive, you're gonna need some big space to put this down in. But for not even barely over, zero point 0.1 megabyte to install. I mean, it's so small because it's basically using a different base game model. Um, 4 million liters of capacity, and you have a whole bunch of stuff that you can throw in here. Basically, all your base game pallets can all go in here, and you can have kind of like a central distribution hub kind of thing for all your different pallets and stuff. I think it's brilliant, and $150,000. Yeah, I mean, basically, what this boils down to is it's a silo for your palleted goods. It's basically what all it is.
I mean, I'm surprised it's only like 0.12 megabytes.
Well, yeah, and like I said, it's because they used a base game model. So they just basically repurposed it to have a production
Yeah.
point associated to it.
Yeah. Next one is going to be Pig Shed. This is by DMI 20mm Normandy. This is going to be 12.21 megabytes to download. So you have the Pig Shed Small, 40 meters long. You have a price tag of $93,000. You have a daily upkeep of $85. Capacity is 170 pigs. And then you have the Pig Shed 60 meters long. This is going to cost you $135,000. Daily upkeep of $125. You have a capacity of 250 pigs.
So to kind of look at the larger of the two models, the 250 capacity, because that's about the closest we have as a comparable. It will hold 250 pigs. The base game is the Pigsty Large. That'll hold 275, so 25 more pigs. Now the prices: 135,000 for the mod, 164,000 for the base game. So you're spending a little bit more for the base game, and you're getting slightly more, about 25 more pigs out of that one. I think that's going to be better for the mod than it is for the base game, because I think the price is just a little bit too out of scale. For less than 13 megabytes, it looks like a good model, but again, you're getting that very hyper specific looking style of building that is only going to fit into certain styles of maps. So
Right.
again, this is not one that I would personally install because it would be very unlikely that I would play on this style of a map. But it does look like a good mod. It does look like it's got some nice weathering, especially around the silo. I love the bricks and the detail of it. But again, not one that's going to be for me.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I had a hard pass on that one. The next one is going to be the corrugated shed. This is by Biggie. It's going to be 5.03 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $22,400, and you have a daily upkeep of $20.
Basically copy and paste everything I said about the previous sheds. Less than 6 megabytes to install, less than 25 grand to buy. I mean, yeah, all in all, it looks like a good little model. Just basic open concept with three sides. Yeah, not bad. I would go for this one.
See, next one is be old playground decorations. This is by Peisel. This is me 4.64 megabytes to download. So for old playground decorations, you have a price tag of $17 and you got 24 objects. And then you have a small building. You have a price tag of $3,000.
So less than 5 megabytes to install, super cheap to buy all the decorations and even the building itself. Yeah, if you're looking for just a kind of little deco pack for building your own little schoolyard or your own little like play area, kind of park, then yeah, this would be a good little start.
I agree. Next one is called B House. This is by CB Modding. This is 4.05 megabytes to download. It has a price tag of $19,000. It also has custom sounds, and it actually does sound pretty good. The other thing I do want to say is A, it does look fantastic, but B, there's no collisions. You like go drive right through it.
Oh wow. So do you happen to know how many Langroves this one holds?
How many beehives?
Yes.
So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So do seven times 3. And that's something that's what
21.
Yeah.
So base game, we have the 33 Langrove Hive for $3,000. This is $19,000. Now, I'm going to presume that even though it's not a one-to-one I'm going to presume it's not a one-to-one representation. Here's why. In FS22, for the same exact price, we had the 33 Langrove Beehive that wasn't in the same model, but it was basically the same price. So I'm going to presume all being equal. 19 grand versus 3 grand. I'm going to stick with the base price, the base game.
Right. Nah, I can't wait for the one that came with the Red Barn Pack to come out.
Yes. I love that pallet spawner too because
Oh,
it was
yeah.
basically an infinite spawn.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Your next one's going to be Stone Selling Station. This is by Dogface. Love the name. It's going to be 2.45 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $750.
So just like I was saying earlier, simple is sometimes better, and this one is. It's just a pile of stones, and it's just supposed to be a sell point. Think of driving over a grate in base game kind of thing. Well, you're basically driving over the grate with this, and it's going to be a dedicated place to sell your stones. It's brilliant. $750 to install. If you want just something that's going to be slightly different than driving over a grate or going to a debris crusher, yeah, check this one out.
Wait. So your next one's going to be Hydrant Pack. This is by Peisel. This is going to be 0.77 megabytes to download. You got several different hydrants. Now, is it just me, or does this seem like these are duplicates of other ones?
So I think there's been other mods that have come out that are very similar, but not exact. Um, Yeah, I mean, based on what I'm seeing in the pictures, like there's the well and there's the kind of American style fire hydrant in the top left corner. You got kind of the pump well, the hand pump well, and then several what look to be either European styles. I mean, all in all, I don't think it's a copy, but it's one of those where, how many different styles of water pumps and are you going to be able to find in the world? You know what I
Right,
mean?
right. Let's see here. Next one is going to be the. Let's make sure we're doing this. Yeah. So next one's going to be the KUHN Access 402. This is by Camelios 0397. It's going to be 6.13 megabytes to download. The changelog 1.0.0.1 fixed AI helper. So
Yeah. Nice little fertilizer spreader. Less than 7 megabytes to install.
yeah. So next one is going to be the Knervland. The Knervland AB85. This is by Puzzcap. This is 4.98 megabytes to download. You have changelog 1.1.0.0. Fixed problem with input attacher joint.
So, Chiselback, that's all I really have to say about it.
Yep. So your next one is going to be the Farmhouse Package Volume 3. This is by DMI 20mm Normandy. This is going to be 31.80 megabytes to download. You have changelog 1.1.0.0. You have added deco props to houses, added 2 new sheds, added texture variations.
So again, like I've been saying about the barns and sheds and stuff like that, they're sheds. If they fit your style, great. In this particular instance, 31, almost 32 megabytes to install. Not gonna be one for me. Hard pass just because of the size.
I second that one. Next one's be the multi-grain production by Biggins. This was a great model when it first came out. This is 18.20 megabytes to download. Now this is going to be version 1.0.0.2. Added rice cake recipe. Added a blocking system for the pallet. Spawning location, keeping pallets from spawning until you are ready for them. Switch on front side of building. Increased opening / closing speed of doors. Made pallets liftable. Changed the whole wheat bread pallet. Now you can sell everything with a sell price and base game plus all of my new products at the new sell point. Change the name of the sell point from multi-sell station to little market. Change the price of the whole wheat and corn flour as it was a little too high. Can no longer deliver contracts as it was causing issues with some players. This to me just made this mod 10 times better.
Oh, for sure. And the one feature that I wish that every single modder would implement into every single production, and I mean this in every single production, is the blocking mechanism, where it will actually spawn out, a thing to block out the production of the pallets, to where it'll just hold it in storage. You can see it here on my screen here, where it just puts up these kind of little blocking gates here, and it just prevents it from spawning out anything. I absolutely love it when modders do this, and I wish that this was standard.
Right. Let's see here. Now on to the last day of mods.
Whew.
Right. Let's see here. Next one's going to be the Schaefer Mini Loader 23E, which stands for electric, plus wall box. This is by Mopel. This is going to be 5.40 megabytes to download. For the front loader itself, you have a price tag of $57,300. You have a horsepower of 41, max speed of 20 kilometers per hour. And then you have a universal bucket, which is the price tag is $1,600, capacity of 1,000 liters. And then you have for the Schaefer old wall box, it's going to be a price tag of $800, daily upkeep of $5. And then you have the new wall box, which is going to have a price tag of $1,500 and a daily upkeep of 5.
So we basically already have this in base game. We have the Schaefer Mini Loader 23E. We have that. 41 horsepower and 57,300. Like everything's the same. So I don't understand why this was kind of redone, other than to say that it has the now universal bucket that's included with the pack, and the wall box, which is supposed to be the charging capacities. So I personally I don't understand this mod, and because of that, I don't see the point of it. Less than 6 MB to install, which isn't too bad, but we've got the model already.
Right.
We've got the mod, and we have a way to charge it and to keep it, going. So really, I don't understand it. I don't get it.
I don't either. Next one is going to be Lizard Tornado 550. This is by Prismec 23433. This is going to be 7.39 megabytes to download. You have a price tag of $8,800. You have a required horsepower of 50. You have a working speed of 15 kilometers per hour and a working width of 5.5 meters.
So this one here for less than 8 MB to install. About the closest comparable we have is the Pottinger Alpenhit 4.4H. That's the closest we have. The Pottinger is 4.4 meter working width. This is 5.5 meters. The Pottinger is $6,000. This is $8,800. So the Lizard Tornado is a little bit bigger. It's a little bit more expensive. And the working power required, 50 for the Tornado versus 30 for the Pottinger. So if you're looking for something that's kind of an in-between kind of thing, then there you go. We got something that'll be in between. Now, real quick. Okay. Just real quick before we get going again. Ken says, now you guys can see why Mr. Sealy P had to do these in 2-part reviews. Oh, 100%. And Jonah with a $4.99 super chat. Jonah, thank you so very much. Says, shout out to my best friend Noah, who leaves for the Air Force in less than a day. Holy smokes. Number one, Jonah, if you get a chance to talk to your buddy, thank him for me. Thank him for his service.
Yes.
That's absolutely incredible. I highly respect every single person out there who goes out into the military and serves our country. Same thing with law enforcement, so on and so forth. So again, big shout out to your buddy Noah, and going to join the Air Force. Tell him thanks and good luck.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have Breeze and my friend, one of our really close friends. He's part of the National Guard, and he just got called away to Attica for the Attica State Prison because the people are on strike. So
I heard about that. Like the actual workers, didn't they go on strike or something?
Yep. Yes.
Jeez.
Yeah, so they're down there right now. They don't know how long they're going to be there for. So
That's ridiculous.
Oh yeah. All right. So, here we go. BDD and I both posted our own little rant ranges about this. So, Comsden Farm is also aka known as Oak Bridge Farm now by Oxygen David. The changelog that's on there right now was the previous changelog. I did post the new one, which we will go over once we go over news real fast. I am very unhappy because there's no reason at all, and I know BDD can testify on this one, at all, for someone to go on someone's property. There's no reason for it without permission.
So, to kind of give everybody the backstory as to what happened here, based on what we were reading from uh, Oxygen David, who is the map maker of this map, um, basically what was happening is that people wanted to go see this map in real life. This is based off a real life location and the whole nine yards. Well, from what it sounded like, based on what we're reading from the posts and whatnot, it sounds like people were not just going there to like drive by and check things out. It's like, oh hey, I recognize that, I see that, and all that stuff. It sounds like they were actually like going onto the property and actually like trespassing,
Mm-hmm.
um, which is a huge, huge no-no, a
Yeah.
huge no-no. Um, I posted, and I even received a little bit of pushback by this. I was actually quite surprised by this,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not only gonna, you know, stand firm on this, I'm gonna double down on this. It's one of those things where that can be insanely, insanely dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Do not just wander onto people's property. Doesn't
Especially,
matter where this is at. Doesn't matter that this is in the UK and things aren't as prevalent over there as they are here in the US. This is just a good rule of thumb. Do not go onto somebody's property unannounced and uninvited. Don't do it.
especially here in the States. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, yeah, and now beyond that,
Mm-hmm.
not only can it be incredibly dangerous, number one, it's insanely rude.
Right.
Insanely rude. You just somebody just showing up to your property, unannounced and uninvited. It doesn't matter whether you're like, oh, well, this is based off of a game, and I'm just here to kind of experience it. You don't just show up to somebody's property. It's not yours.
Right.
So, all that being said, it's dangerous. It's rude, and here's the biggest thing that is going to be the most applicable to every one of us out there. If this got out of control, if something bad would have happened, and let's say even something didn't happen. Let's just say that the landowner that this is all based around, the farm that this is all based around, got really, really, really upset, really mad, and
Mm-hmm.
said, "You know what? I didn't sign up for this. I didn't want people just show up, out of the blue because hey, they want to experience something." They could put in a complaint to Oxygen David, or even worse,
The
they can put in
Giants.
a complaint to Giants. And Giants can sit there and be like, oh, wow, this is a problem. We have to now mitigate this some way, some form, and some fashion. And I can personally guarantee that whatever kind of reaction they have is going to be not only just a reaction, it's going to be an overreaction.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be to such a degree that they're going to basically say, hey, we can't have real life farms in game anymore,
Right.
especially if the worst case scenario were to happen.
Right.
So again, I'm doubling and tripling down on this. Do not do it. Don't. It's dumb, it's rude, and it's dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And it can have much, much bigger effects outside of the realm of danger. It can affect every single person who loves and enjoy this map and this style of map.
I also do want to say though that the day that this got updated and people were all confused, my phone was blowing up like constantly, like from even from Dustin, who owns this other group I'm part of. Like he was saying, yo, I got like 50 people messaging me right now. Like, do you know what's going on? And I have people messaging me left and right, you know. And I know that you and I even talked too, because you were like, huh, at first, and I mean, after talking to people, trying to figure out what's going on, message Action to David, he ended up making a post, sent it to me as well. He also sent it to DJ Goham. He sent it to Mr. Silly P, a bunch of other people. You can even ask my wife. I was probably the most unhappy person that she's ever seen me ever become. And because it's extremely rude, it's disrespectful, it's unprofessional, it's very dangerous. and it like it just makes you think, like, is is this how people are now? Like that's all I'm gonna say, because I don't want to get in trouble, but that's as far as I'm gonna say that.
Well, and last little point that I'm going to put onto this is, like I said, this could have had much bigger ramifications that nobody here wants to experience.
Right.
Like nobody wants to experience that. And again, as a business, giants will overreact. They absolutely will. Every single business, period, would do this very same thing and have done this very same thing. Is that if they feel that something could negatively affect them, their bottom line, or their potential of branching out and gives them something kind of a bad reputation because of the people who are affiliated to them, which would be the people who play the game. I mean, they're going to overact. They're going to basically say, okay, well, everything's a fantasy map now. Everything. And yeah, those fantasy maps will be fine. They'll be great. Especially when Oxygen David, would make them himself, and when other map makers of his caliber would make them themselves. That's all fine and dandy, but we won't get this. We won't get the farms that are based off of real life. We won't get a Welker's farm. We won't get a Calmson. We won't get a Elma, Missouri. We won't get those things.
Yeah.
So, look, I understand that people want to experience things and they want to see things in real life. I get it. Drive by it.
Exactly.
Drive by. If it's a public road, then you're allowed to be there on the public road.
Right.
Don't get out of your car and don't just start like wandering the property. That's where it was a bridge too far.
Yeah. Now, I know Giants didn't reach out to Oxygen David. The owners reached out to Oxygen David on top of someone reporting somebody who put a post up. And I even saw the post because he actually took a picture, a selfie of him at the farm.
Jeez.
And even a couple other pictures of the farm itself. And he was actually on the property. He wasn't just like standing out on the roadway taking a picture. Like he actually was on the property. He got banned. Everything was removed. And that's when Oxy said, because originally the owners, now this is the story behind this, the owners of Compson Farm actually asked Oxygen David to take down the map completely. But he was able to negotiate with them to be able to change the name. So he changed it to Oak Ridge Farms. Now, this is not an all-one scenario. So basically, this is not going to happen all the time. So there are some modders who will try to negotiate and it won't work, and then they have to completely remove it. Completely. And ruin it for everybody. For one person. One person, that's all it takes, is one person to ruin something for everybody. So, last thing I want to say on this, please be respectful. And if you want to go visit these places, try to figure out if they have a phone number. Call, see if you can get a tour. If not, leave it alone. So, let's move on.
And one last thing, Ken makes a very, very good point. Ken says, plus people aren't thinking about Oxygen David for the time and effort that he put into his map. Quite possibly take the map out of the mod hub as well. Exactly.
Yes.
That's it exactly, is the amount of time and energy and effort that Oxygen David put into this just to have somebody come by and potentially just rip it away. Yeah, that's absolutely nuts. Ken, that's an amazing point. Thank you for putting that out there. Yeah, like I said, I couldn't be any more disappointed with the people who went and did this, and specifically the person who was on the property, was taking the selfies and doing all that nonsense. Use common sense. Use some common sense. That should have been like the number one thing of, hey, I'm not going to get out into somebody else's property.
BDD.
Like it blows me away that we even have to talk about this. That we've had to spend the past 5 or 10 minutes to talk about
Yeah.
this. It blows my mind, quite frankly.
BDD.
Yo,
You, you have to remember we're in 2025. There's no longer such thing as common sense. Yeah, you gotta remember
yeah,
that. I see it on a
I
daily
I
basis.
I just audibly sighed right there because I know that in some capacity you're right, but I hope that by us talking about it like this,
Right.
that it just kind of jars something in some people's minds, be like,
Right.
yeah, okay. And again, if all of this, I mentioned this in a post on Discord a while back when I first heard about this. If all of this sounds like, hey, common sense and like, duh, BDD, duh, Will T, you know, who does this? Then this rant, this talk isn't for you. This has nothing to do with you whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
If you have the common sense to be like, okay, I'm not going to go step on somebody's random person's property, then ignore everything we just said for the past 5 minutes.
Exactly.
It if you're the person who's sitting there is like, well, what's the big deal? Why? Well, then you really need to focus in on what we've been saying for the past 10 minutes. You really need to hone in as to why we're harping on this.
Right. Exactly. All right. Time to move on because we're just gonna keep ranting
Yep.
and raving about this.
Yes.
Now, later on during the news, yes, you will see a blog about the problem with this, but I'm going to skip over that and go right to the changelog. So, just let everyone know. The next one's going to be the liftable pallets and bales from Yos. This is 13.15 megabytes to download. And we got changelog 1.0.2.0. Fixed error with case IH module express 635. And added triggers for console auto loading, credits, 82 studio, and ridiculous dynamic. So basically, what that means is that whenever we get an auto load trailer, this is all set.
Warning, warning, warning to all those who use this mod. I am one of them, and I did find an issue with it. So for anybody who's using a sawmill and have wood chips, specifically the wood chips that actually have the pallet output as a part of that, production point, there is some kind of issue going on with this specific mod right now to where the pallets are not spawning. I don't know why. That has been my experience there on my Riverbend Springs, and I had to sell off everything, deactivate the mod. It then popped out everything from the sawmill. I had like 10,000 liters at the time, popped out all 10,000 liters. I then had to load it up, manually put it into the silo and whatnot, and then reactivate the mod. So
Right.
it's one of those, there's ways around it, but you got to make sure, because again, if you're dealing with this as an issue, do not just deactivate it and then go back into your save file, because what happens is that if you deactivate the mod and you have the pallets from that mod spawned, they disappear. So
Right.
all the products that you have output will then disappear. So sell them off or put them, prevent them from spawning by you can turn on the production point onto distribute as opposed to spawn or as opposed to storing. And then once you have no pallets on your map, anything that could be affected by this, then you can deactivate it, have everything spawn for the wood chips, do what you need to do from there, and then reactivate it. So that's all my warning. I just want to make sure that people were aware of that.
All right, finally done with mods. So now we're going to move on to news.
It's only 1 o'clock in the morning.
Only. So the news I'm gonna try to go as fast as we can through this. So the very first one was I posted 4 hours ago. This is from Star Spangled Mods. So this is what I was talking about. So here's a list of all the custom crop stuff. So you have spring barley, you have spring wheat, spring oat, You have triticale. You have sundan grass. Yeah, and then so I'm not gonna read over these, but you can, if you want to, you can go back later on. But there's like different boxes that you can read down exactly what it is. And you have silage corn, which is nice because he adjusted a whole lot of stuff for that. You have winter wheat, winter oat, and winter barley. So
That's awesome. That sounds amazing.
let's see. I posted 9 hours ago from Sid Modding, from the new brand High Ground Egg. This is me coming soon to all platforms. So yeah, I think it's funny because he says, "Get ready for the next big thing in precision farming." Oh,
Dun dun dun.
I don't know. So, oh. So I would just keep that with a grain of salt. So the next one I also posted 9 hours ago is from Lancy Boy. Request from a follower for some nice salad sheds, no leaks. Says,
Ooh.
hope that you all will like these, Lancy Boy. So there's two different salad sheds. So
Looks good.
so let's hear. 17 hours ago, I posted them from Mr. Hector Mods. So my FS22 mobs properly converted, adapted, and improved for FS25. Submitted to Mod Hub now. You got calf huts, European decorative buildings pack, herdsman's stick, and liquid fertilizer and herbicide tanks. Should be available to you in a couple weeks.
That herdsman stick, I love that in FS22. So for those who are not familiar what the herdsman stick is, think of a animal trailer that has ridiculous capacities in it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's essentially a grabbable animal trailer. That's it. And it's absolutely brilliant. Like if I remember correctly, you could have like 200 cows and like ridiculous amounts.
Something like that. I can't wait for the calf huts now since we actually have calves.
Now, do you know if the calf huts are going to be like actual like animal pens or are they just kind of decorative?
Animal pens. So you'll actually.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So you actually put calves in there. You'll have to feed them, and then you'll actually have to remove the calf. And you can keep it if you really want to, but for like realistic, sake, I would hope you do it. You remove the calf, like you lift up the fence and then scoop the manure out, and then lower it back down, and et cetera, et cetera. So
That's awesome.
let's see here. Yeah, see, I posted right here. I'm just going to go over this real quick. See, February 22nd, I just posted this just yesterday, was removed from the Mod Hub. It was the Crown Emslim DK 220/80K. That was removed, and I don't know why. So, February 22nd, new news from Dents. Step by step getting there. So, let's see here. Skin meshes are all reworked. Hoses and decals are 80% reworked. Lights are 70% reworked. Stay tuned for more information. And it's got that nice lightning effect from FS22.
So I was literally going to say, you know me, I'm not huge on John Deere. This, like, just the decal, the lightning decal by itself makes this a beautiful looking mod. Just absolutely amazing. I love that lightning effect.
Yeah.
Oh, so cool.
Now, my big fear is because in FS22 that was what 30 something megabytes, I think, somewhere around there, just for that one tractor.
Yep.
We'll see. Also, from the 22nd,
Uh-oh.
we have new news.
Real quick. Ken says, Wilty just made me choke on that comment, LOL.
Oh, realism.
No, I think that was back when we were talking about the nonsense.
Oh. And we also got from February 22nd, you got new news from Mr. Hector Maz. Yeah, so it says calf huts soon, probably in a few weeks, all platforms. I mean, it even shows it right there, too, with the picture with the calves in it. So,
That's brilliant. I absolutely love that. I've been really hoping that we'd get a like an actual functional calf hut for a very, very long time. Because here's the thing is we've gotten calf huts in the past, but they're static. The
yes.
calves inside, they just look static. So this should be the first time where we actually have calves in the huts. I love it. Love it.
Now, as far as I'm aware, the mod was an FS22. It was from modders from Farming Agency. I forgot who the modder was, but they brought out like the whole cow package. Like it came with came with a calf hut, and then it came with like another calf hut, and then it came with a couple of cow barns. They are bringing that back. I'm very excited for that
Nice.
too. Here, let's see. Oh yeah, also from February 22nd, we have new news from Rooster Mods. Now, it says housekeeping post. I'm not going to read all of this, but the John Deere 714A and 716A forage wagons, these are coming because to FS25, like actual forage wagons, which is awesome. So if so, let's say if like EED 123, which I know he is, he's bringing back his Kloss forage harvester, like the trail behind. It'd be perfect to hook it up to this.
Yeah, I mean it looks brilliant. And they got the kind of real life picture right next to it.
This is actually a picture he took.
Yeah,
He contacted someone, or someone reached out to him. I forgot how it went, but he ended up with he was able to go take a picture of it and actually figure it out. And then as of right now, he has his John Deere 712 mulch tiller pending, and his Parker 2500 gravity wagon pending. So,
nice.
where's mine's right there. Oh, so more news on the 22nd from Celabuki, our good friend Celabuki. Elma update. I'm sending Elma to Giants tomorrow night, which is today
Booyah.
or yesterday at this point. There are still a few things left, but finished to be finished. But I think I can get it done in one day. So he said he added a new color for the gravel dust effect, wet and snow effects on the road. Stay tuned. So as you can see right here, yeah, that's definitely a lot more realistic.
Yeah. I'm looking here at the photo of town,
Yeah.
and you got the American flags draped up in the town, and just it looks so good. It looks like it just got done raining, and you got the snow, and just absolutely amazing. Celabuki does fantastic work, and I cannot wait to get our first Celabuki map.
Oh yeah. Well, 100%. So your next one's be from my birthday, actually, February 21st. We had new news from Mr. Hector Mods. FS25 Carpathian countryside map work in progress. So basically, he's just talking about what he's done. And just, I'm not showing all these off, but there's like 33 pictures of what he's done. But it looks absolutely incredible, though.
Oh yeah. If FS25's version of Carpathian Countryside is even, I'd say, a tenth as good as 22's, then holy smokes, we're going to be in for a real treat. A real treat. I mean, that's how good I think that Carpathian Countryside was. Is that even if it's significantly worse, we're still going to be in for a great map.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Next one's gonna be from Rooster Mods as well. Um, so right now he's working on a weeder. It's the John Deere 825 row crop cultivator remake. So basically, it's gonna come in as a 6 to 12 row. So there's gonna be a couple different versions, but it's a weeder. So, you have the version that we had in FS22 that you can just hook it up and drive. That was, I think it was 6 meters, and then you got this one which is 12. So basically, you have wheels in the back, and then you have to haul it by a 3-point. So you haul lengthways, and then when you get to wherever you need to, detach, drive over, and then hook it up. So
Nice.
okay. So now we're moving on to the 20th from Lancy Boy. New English green pack designs coming to FS25. Just got to make the doors and add some moss and dirt. Now, this is the new staircase that he was talking about before he added on here. You can actually walk up the staircase and walk to the door and look over and see what's going on.
So I absolutely love spiral staircases. I
Yeah.
absolutely adore them. I've always loved them since I was a small child. And when I first saw this post, I was like, oh man. And I really cannot wait for hopefully to see this on a map that Lancy Boy makes. So I think that this model is brilliant looking, just in kind of its, unfinished design right here. But that staircase, I love that staircase.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Looks fantastic.
And I love that diamond pattern.
Oh, yeah.
The diamond, what is it called? Diamond press.
Yep.
Love that.
And that's never been done before in Farm Sim, so it's interesting. Now, the next one is going to be the free content update number 1 and patch 1.6. Now, with the free content, it did come with the Elbut F155A bell grab. It came with the Class Arion 550 530 tractor. It came with the Class FL 140 front loader, John Deere 6R series 230 to 250 tractor, and the John Deere 683R front loader. So now, when it says content update, that means that these were added to the game. So these are base game now. And then you have patch 1.6. I'm not going to read all this out, but it definitely fixed a decent amount of stuff, especially with the new additions. Big one, Mod Hub, update all button.
That was absolutely huge, in my opinion. And thank you, Giants, for adding that.
Right.
I cannot tell you how annoying it would be if you get, especially like towards the end of FS22, where you're sitting there like, oh man, there was a whole bunch of mods that released today and tons of updates. Okay, all right, go in here, click, click,
Yeah.
go in the next one, back, click, click, go back, go like
Click,
back
click.
and forth, back and forth. Back. It's like,
Now
why?
Now it's just you press Y and
Yep.
everything.
And everything, boom, all at once. Love it.
Yep. Next one is saving notification icon and multiplayer. That's another big one. So now people can see whether or not you're saving.
Yep.
Smaller engine configurations on the Duatsfar Series 6C and Semi Vertist RV Shift. Now this is another one right here. This is another big one. Graphics settings menu within the active gameplay.
Yep. Yep.
That was another big one. Yeah. Oh. I gotta adjust myself for this one.
Uh-oh.
Fixed AI field helper ignoring user preferences. I absolutely love that one.
Yes. So now, for those who don't understand why we're giggling and laughing so much, Giants had put in for FS25, one of its main features was being able to not only have the AI workers do just the up downs, basically only seeing the entirety of the field in one direction kind of thing. They actually made it to where you could, have your workers do headlands and then do the inside of the fields and all that stuff. Well, in one of the most recent patches before this, things broke.
Yep.
you couldn't dictate whether or not they were going to start in the up down or they were going to start the headland. It was basically just kind of a default setting for each and every set of equipment. So they would either they would start on the up downs or they would start in the headlands, but you couldn't tell them to switch that around. So that now being fixed is
Big.
makes me personally very, very happy.
Me too. All right. You know what? All right. There we go. I'm going to read this real quick because I know people ask. So you got various technical changes to improve performance, which is good. Various stability improvements to prevent crashes. That's even better. Various text/translation adjustments. Various visual adjustments on several models. Change custom pasture calculations, allowing for more chicken, pigs, and sheep in the same area as before. That's a big one.
That is a big one.
Fix animal health and productivity calculation. That's a good one. Fix animal productivity bar showing global productivity state instead of combined productivity. That's a big one. Fix belt position while unloading bales on the New Holland Pro Belt 165. Fix display of cow barn capacities. Fix export of farmland area and price for game stats on dedicated servers. That's a big one. Fix. Oh. Oh, fix grass eating cows. What I'm quoting Mr. Sleep here. What grass was eating cows? Well, you better stay away from that grass. That's exactly what I said.
Sounds like that movie. Oh, why can't I think of it? It's from Mark Wahlberg, where the plants are hurting people.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I don't remember what
The
it's called.
Happening.
Yes.
The Happening.
So you're, oh yeah, I thought this was another one, and DJ took this way too far. But
Uh-oh.
fixed international CV box configuration wetness.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's like, really? He had to phrase it that way? Next one is fix missing beetroot fill type on Bergman RRW 500. Fix missing silage additive on Pottinger Boss Alpin 251. Fix mod hub checkmark on newly downloaded mods. Fix shop display cutting off fill types on some machines. Fix shop display when all used machines are bought. Fix spinach not withering. Fix train hotspot stuttering when far away. I've noticed that one.
Mm-hmm.
Fixed UI scaling not being applied correctly on some UI elements. Fixed UI sound when opening the license plate menu or color picker.
Sorry, I for some reason Dragon Ball just came rushing into my head and
Oh, fixed wrong or no player names displayed when selecting vehicle on map. Improved off-road driving speed and behavior of to go helper
nice.
or go to helper. Improved performance on periodic game stats, saving on dedicated servers, avoiding lag spikes. That's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And last but not least, improved shop display of long machine names. So I'm not going to read off modding because none of us are mods, but that is out. So the free content number 1 is out and patch 1.6.
Booyah.
So if you think about it, we got 2 weeks left until the DLC drops. So
Yeah, not too much longer.
I know a lot of people were having a hissy fit over that free content update. It's like, well, we don't need this.
It's free. Why are you complaining?
Exactly. 20. All right, I missed something on the 21st, so we're gonna go back to this.
How dare you?
I know, how dare me. It's not my fault. It's not in order. So the next one is gonna be for the fact sheets, Fact Sheet Friday for the next app pack. So for right here, so we have the Ironbach Chop Star Max. It's a hoe, which is a weeder. The weight is 4.9 tons. The width is 13.5 meters, and the speed is 12 kilometers per hour or 7 miles per hour. So we have a hoe with that. Which I'm gonna load this picture up right here so you can see the difference right there. I'm gonna click off, and the last fact sheet that we got. I'm just going to go load this one up. So we have the Weinhoff slurry module, which is under slurry tankers. The capacity is 30,000 liters. Weight is 15 tons. Filling types digestate and slurry. 30,000 liters is not bad. That's a lot.
No. No, that's not bad at all. I mean, and you think about it too. I mean, I've yet to play this machine in FS22, and certainly haven't played it in FS25. But for it to be 30,000 liters, that's a big capacity. You figure the comparable in size to that would be closest one would be the Garant PQ 3200. Yeah, that's a big trailer. That's a 4-axle trailer right there, and that holds 32,000 liters. So just kind of like take that in, the size of that versus what we're going to get with this specific DLC. It's a big unit. It's huge.
And then the other piece that attaches that to that is the Evers Torque NX 1400. This is a slurry distributor. The weight is 6.2 tons. The width is 14 meters. And the speed is 17 kilometers per hour or 10 miles per hour. So that was the fact sheet from that. So, let's see here. 18. I'm just making sure that I didn't miss anything. Okay, good. And now we're moving on to the 18th. Let's see. So we got new news from ICAS. This was a big one. So it says, hello, working on an update for the Midwest shop. He's now added auto load on loft, fixed doors collisions, and refresh textures at the moment. So that upper loft area now is an auto load, like a pallet storage.
Nice.
So it actually has a use. So I'm excited for that. Right here. Now we're moving on to the 17th because I got nothing else for the 18th. So this is from Star Spangled Mods. It says Forest, Wisconsin progress update. Got 1 of 4 farms almost finished. Almost got my North American tall grass in and working. She's a coming. So, and it looks really good.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get that first map from Star Spangled, the one with New York. I'm looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us.
I'm excited to to be able to do a first look on it.
Yeah.
Next one is gonna be from Hispano Modding. This is a whole list of everything that they have in testing right now. I am not going to go over this, but if you guys want to take a look, please help yourself, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
A lot.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 12. It's got 24 mods in testing right now, or pending. So let's see here. A piece new news from Carl Farms. I want to congratulate him on his 6-year modding anniversary.
Nice. Congratulations.
So, unfortunately, he didn't have a mod release for them. But he says, some good news. The Superior and Dump trailer pack is completed, and he will be uploading it to Mod Hub this week. So this has already been sent off to Mod Hub for all platforms.
I'm looking at those two trailers down towards the bottom right and the bottom.
Yeah.
Holy wheels, Batman.
Yeah. Yeah, that was in FS22.
Yeah. Let's see,
Um,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whew.
so the next one's from EED123 3D's Corner. It says coming soon, almost done. So basically, he's talking about the PC version, and then right down below, he says that for Mod Hub, there will be a console version of the Lexion, but the cat logo won't be on there. So, but it's gonna be the Kloss Lexion American version. So like the yellowish orange version coming soon.
Nice.
And yeah, this is the thing right here. I'm just gonna skip right to the changelog. So it says not only does this map get a brand new refreshing name, but it also contains the latest fixes. So number one is gonna be Meadow can now be mowed. All decals and collisions have been fixed around the farms, and all milk can now be sold at the dairy. So I believe there was another thing that I gotta scroll back down now because that took me away to the top. Let's see here. 17, yeah. So news from custom modding. It says Monday motivations. We have a big pack on the way. It says we still have a long way to go, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. Already in FS25, Case IH 2150, the Valmetal 1130 Fat Mix, the Case IH 255 Tiger Mate, the Landall 845 Lowboy, the Valmetal Max Track Pack, which I am very excited for, and the Balzer 2850. Coming in the next few days, Honeybee, Demco headers, and the C850. So I'm just going to show off a couple of screenshots right here just to show what's going on. But custom modding is definitely on a conversion spree.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. News, new mods. We're from 82 Studio. So this is an update from him. So we got Global Goods Transport Pallet pending, the International 200 Series Custom pending, and the TLX Phoenix Semi Truck pending. So
The Phoenix.
So there's that. We got new news.
I tell you what, I cannot wait for that Global Goods Transport Pallet. I loved that in 22, and I cannot wait for that to come back.
And the very last piece of news that we have is from VS Modding Sir. Now, I just wanted to share this one because this is showing what he has in testing. So these are all pending right now. So we have olives and olive picker, fuel tank trailer, multi-loader, home weight, Mac R, Bornholm, the map, placeable refill tanks, Lizard WMXL, Devour Trees, Spanish Shed Pack, Multi-Fruit Container plus IT Runner Pack, and Autoload Pack.
So, a couple of things on this before we move on.
Yeah.
So, I was literally talking earlier about that hook lift system earlier.
Yeah.
That's what it is. The multi-fruit container and IT runner pack. That's the one I was talking about. That's like the whole kind of system that is contained within the kind of hook lifts trailers. Not only that, but the Devour Trees. Oh, I can't wait for that to come back. Cannot wait for that. That's another big one, especially for those who don't like forestry, who just want to kind of rip and go, but don't want to be without at least something. That's awesome. Can't wait for that. And then I said so many good things. I'm going to leave it on a kind of a shaky note. The olives and olive picker. I loved this in concept in 22. I really, really, really hope that this is tweaked and improved upon for 25. So for those who are not familiar with the olive and olive picker, it was a separate standalone machine and separate standalone trees that you would use in conjunction with each other in order to harvest olives. Now, it wouldn't work like the normal olive picker or grapes or anything like that, where you would drive over them and it would just harvest it automatically. What would happen is you'd have this shaker machine, and you'd wrap this shaker machine around the trunk of a tree that was your olive tree. You'd open up this umbrella, and then you start shaking the tree using the machine, and all the olives would fall, catch into the umbrella, and then collect in a pan. The
Right.
problem was is that you had to hit a very, very specific spot on the tree in order for it to register and be harvested. I loved this in theory, but the execution did not work well. I'm hoping that VSR has worked out the bugs and makes it to where this is a more viable bit of uh, machinery
Right.
for FS25. I'm really, really hopeful because this would make me do more olives. I
Right.
love this concept more than like base game.
Right. Right. No, I mean, and for like doing news and mods, like I enjoy it. I really do. I enjoy posting all of this so everyone knows what it is. I love doing this on Sundays. This is like my favorite part of the week. Oh, he and I also like making sure that everyone knows what's going on. Being am I a big fan of VSR modding Sir and Raleigh Christie one? Not really. Only just because they have been caught several times like using other people's mods and changing a few things up on them and then saying it's theirs. So that's my personal opinion. but I'm
I didn't know about that.
there there is a lot of there's a lot of good mods headed our way.
Yeah, no, it's we're definitely to a point to where we're kind of over that original kind of break system and that Giants had to where they were basically out for Christmas and New Year, and now we're into the part where the floodgates are starting to break, and we're getting the deluge of all the mods that have been kind of accumulating over the past several weeks. So, really looking forward to what we have in store and what kind of stuff we can see here in the not too distant future.
Oh yeah, 100%. You know, and I feel like it's starting to become like that time of when I mean, because this is already the fourth time in a month, in a month, that Mr. Silly P had to put out a two-parter video.
Yeah, poor Mr. Sealy P, poor Looney Farm guy. I mean, I could only imagine, and can only imagine how Looney Farm guy feels. Like, yeah, sure, Mr. Sealy P, he gets to kind of take everything and aggregate them all, but Looney Farm guy, he takes every single mod one at a time and just shows each and every little component of it. Like, holy smokes, I could only imagine if that was something I was having to go through.
Oh yeah, 100%. You know, and I feel like we're gonna get. I mean, sometimes I'm wrong, and I'm willing to admit that. There's a lot of times I'm right though, and I don't know. I feel like this week we're gonna get pummeled with mods.
Well, we shall see.
Yeah, watch. It's like next week Sunday. It's like twice the amount of mods. It's so
Oh my
funny.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
He's like, don't say that.
Kiwi Sim Farmers gotta go. Thank you so much for coming out here tonight there, Kiwi. Hope you have yourself a fantastic rest of your night. You take care and you'll see you again soon.
Yes.
Let's see.
I'm just getting mods right now. Why have?
Oh, you were listening to all the things I was saying. Oh yeah, download this, and now you're out downloading them.
Now I'm just over here getting mods.
Ah, nice. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, I think this would be probably a good time to wrap it up because yeah, we're to a point to where yeah, we got through all the news, we got through all the mods. Wow, wow, wow. Tons of stuff going on the past week. And yeah, hope you all enjoyed it because, like Will's saying, this is a lot of fun. We love doing this show. Love doing it with Will because it's one of those where like his expertise gets to really kind of show off here on this show and getting to know all the kind of ins and outs of not only the mods themselves but all the kind of news behind the scenes. I don't have enough time to be able to do all the kind of deep dive into all this stuff. So to know that there's somebody like Will going out there and digging up all this stuff for us, thank you, number one, Will, for doing all this work because it is a lot, especially at times like these. But no, I love doing this show and love learning all this stuff that's in the pipe.
Oh yeah. And Bree said the funniest thing to me, actually, yesterday.
Uh-oh.
So she was like, all this work that you put in to doing new mods and and doing like your Sunday show and and all this, like, I'm quite surprised that you're not at 500 subs yet. I'm like, well, it takes time. I'm like, it takes time. Like,
Oh, for sure.
like it's not just gonna happen like overnight. And she goes, I understand that, but still, like, it's like you take your time, to go through and make sure everyone's like aware of all the news that's happening. And she goes, I don't know, I just feel like more people should be attracted to your channel. And I was like, you know what? People like what they like, So I'm just,
Yeah, exactly.
I can't change.
No, and the thing is that you'll get there. One of these days we'll get you to 500. We'll get you the face reveal. And like I said, when we're off this call, when we're off the show here, I'll go ahead and tell you what I was talking about earlier, why I got so giggly earlier in regards to that.
And I'll let you know what I didn't want to have to say.
Uh-oh. There you go. All right, everyone, but I think this will be a perfect time to sign us out from here. I hope everybody enjoyed it. If you did, please show us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing. The shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care. All right, well, we'll see you on the other side.
All right. So I'm just finishing up, getting the rest of these mods installed, and then I will be hopping off. Oh, this is what happens when you don't ever install anything and you wait for the last minute to install anything. Never do that, people. Never do it. It's bad because you're going to sit here for hours trying to figure out what to install and what not to install. So, all right. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to end it there. But I hope all of you guys have a great day. Stay safe. And also, if you guys like what you guys saw, make sure you smash that subscribe button, hit the like button, share the live stream, share the video. Other than that, I hope all you guys have a wonderful night. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys around.